Chapter 001 HELL Spirit Jire Hades.S Chapter 001 HELL Spirit GRA S lightning flashed through the air and dark clouds covered the sky. A heavy rain was about to fall. Inside Wohu City, Qinxiang, while looking up the sky, muttered to himself, I cannot delay any longer. If I don't find a good spirit herb soon, I might never get the opportunity again. Qinxiang had just turned 16 this year, and his build was more robust than others of similar age. Although he had a handsome face and youthful countenance, his eyes had a sense of maturity that was not present in others his age. Although his grandfather was the patriarch of the Qin family, because Qinxiang didn't have any spiritual veins, he had to pick herbs for himself. Not having spiritual veins meant he was incapable of practicing martial arts. Since he was a child, he had been diligently training his own body and secretly going out to train. He once even fought a tiger-type beast. Although he was young, due to the amount of life and death experiences Qinxiang had endured, his mental state was far more fortified than the mental states of his peers. Qinxiang, what are you doing out here? A storm is about to blow in. Are you sure you want to be out in this weather? An old steward spoke while walking towards him. Seeing the amount of hard work Qinxiang did every day, the old steward could not help but admire him. However, a sliver of regret could be seen in his eyes. Qinxiang had worked very hard and practiced every day for 6 years, but he was stuck at the 3rd level of the mortal martial realm. Other Qin family members of a similar age had already entered into the 4th level of the mortal martial realm, and some had even reached the 5th level. This was all due to the fact that he didn't have any spiritual veins. As such, the family didn't attach any importance to him, and he was only treated as an ordinary member of the Qin family. Although he lacked spiritual veins, he had never been discouraged by it and had been diligently training himself. The process of attempting to train allowed him to feel a sense of accomplishment. Old Ma, I was just going to pick some herbs. Qinxiang laughed and ran up to the old steward, who sighed and shook his head. It's useless since you do not have any spiritual veins. No matter how hard you practice, you still won't be able to advance. Qinxiang had heard such words all throughout his life, but he still insisted that no matter what, he would not give up. A middle-aged man walked up to the two of them. Xiang, are you really going to go out in this weather? Qinxiang, with a small smile on his face, said, Dad, the storm is a good opportunity for me to pick herbs, as no one will be there to snach them for me. The middle-aged man was Qinxiang's father, Chen Tianhu, a very famous and formidable cultivator, and also one of the most promising candidates to inherit the position of patriarch of the Qin family. Though his son was somewhat crippled, he had always encouraged Qinxiang, and from time to time provided him with precious pills. Unfortunately, the pills didn't have any effect on Qinxiang. Here, Tianhu smiled helplessly and threw a small box towards Qinxiang. Qinxiang took the box without even looking at what was inside because he knew that it contained a pill. He smiled and said, Dad, thank you. Now I don't need to steal the chickens that old Ma raised for his health. That comment made the steward frown. He didn't know that his chickens had been targeted. Watching Qinxiang as he left, Chen Tianhu could only let out a sigh because, although he had a very high status within the Qin family, the elders in charge of managing the pills were very strict, as pills were precious resources for cultivation, and thus he could only save a few of them for Qinxiang. Sadly, their therapeutic effect actually was not that significant because they were too few in number to affect Qinxiang. What father doesn't hope for his son to become successful in life? As Chen Tianhu did not have any other methods, all he could do was acquire some pills for Qinxiang and hope for the best. Immortal Devil Cliff. This was a very desolate place, and at the moment a bare-chested teenager was climbing down the cliff. Under the heavy downpour, Qinxiang was actually climbing down the cliff. This was extremely dangerous, as the Immortal Devil Cliff was very deep and filled with a type of black qi that gave off an aura of death. Therefore, many people didn't even want to approach this place. Nevertheless, Chun Xiang still came here to pick some herbs and was gradually descending into the ravine, slowly approaching the bottom. If others were to know about this, they would laugh at him for being a madman, at a place that even birds don't H-I plus T, which was eternally filled with death chi. It was hard to imagine that it was an ideal location for spirit herbs. Of course, Qin Xiang was not stupid. He knew that this immortal devil cliff had been present for many, many years and had always been full of death chi. According to common sense, this lifeless place shouldn't have any spirit herbs. But Chun Xiang didn't actually believe that, as he knew that when things reached to an extreme, there was bound to be some reason for that extreme to exist, and he believes this eternal death chi is caused by a legendary spirit herb. H-E-L-L spirit G-R-A-S-S. Although this spirit herb sounded very deadly, it was actually a very strange herb, which could even make a dead skeleton regrow its flesh. It ordinarily grew in ancient battlefields or in cemeteries where the death chi was abundant. Only on rainy days would the black chi sink, all due to the rainfall. Because of this, Qin Xiang was able to see down into the deep precipice. He wanted to go deeper into this place so that he could search for the H-E-L-L spirit G-R-A-S-S. He doesn't want the H-E-L-L spirit G-R-A-S-S for himself. But if he got this sacred herb, he could trade it for many precious pills, which would allow him to be free from his current predicament and gain formidable strength. Raindrops continuously fell on Qin Xiang, making him feel very uncomfortable, while also making the rocks on the cliffside very slippery. He became very cautious and carefully climbed down the cliff so as not to fall. And, Body knew what was at the bottom of the immortal devil cliff, and there had been many who have gone down, but the number of people that have climbed back up was 0. To fall down meant death. 2 hours had said, and the rain continued to fall. Chun Xiang had been exercising for many years, and, just by relying on his strong body, he had descended several dozen feet into the deep precipice. Qin Xiang carefully observed his surroundings and found a good temporary shelter. Then he saw something which made his heart beat rapidly. H-E-L-L spirit G-R-A-S-S. Qin Xiang shouted out with excitement. Gazing straight down, he saw something similar to a white sesame seed cake. He was confident that this was the legendary H-E-L-L spirit G-R-A-S-S. The whole ravine was filled with black death chi, and to top it all off, the color of the H-E-L-L spirit G-R-A-S-S, and the cliff was the same, making this herb very difficult to spot. Though Qin Xiang was very excited, he calmed himself down and rested for a moment before continuing his journey down. It wasn't long before Qin Xiang arrived next to that H-E-L-L spirit G-R-A-S-S. He swallowed his saliva and looked at the white H-E-L-L spirit G-R-A-S-S that was the size of a bowl. He could feel the vigorous life force emitted by the H-E-L-L spirit G-R-A-S-S. Qin Xiang picked up the H-E-L-L spirit G-R-A-S-S with one hand. He estimated that this H-E-L-L spirit G-R-A-S-S had been growing for more than 1,000 years. Selling it on the auction would earn him an astronomical sum. Qin Xiang picked up the spirit G-R-A-S-S, put it inside his storage pouch, and then grinned. Ha ha! It's time for this daddy's salted fish to stand up from failure. So long as he is able to sell this H-E-L-L spirit G-R-A-S-S, he will be able to purchase a lot of good rank pills. Then he will be able to advance by leaps and bounds. The rain was gradually easing up, and Qin Xiang was very content right now, so he didn't continue searching the huge cliff, and instead chose to climb back up. After all, his strength was very limited, and climbing up was a very hard and dangerous task. After climbing for more than half an hour, the precipice suddenly started to tremble and shake. Qin Xiang's heart was palpitating as he realized that something bad was happening. As he looked above, he saw many small stones falling from the cliffside. As they fell into the abyss, the trembling cliff began to shake much more severely. D-A-M-N. I finally got the H-E-L-L spirit G-R-A-S-S, and this happens. Heaven. Are you kidding me? The cliff's sudden shaking couldn't help but make Qin curse bitterly. He wanted to remain calm, so he made himself hold onto the rugged cliff. Otherwise, he would have fallen down in shock. The tremors continued to increase in strength, and Qin gradually fell into despair. He, again, looked up and saw a giant piece of rock falling towards him. At the same time, the rock he was holding began to crack. Gee, oh D, I just got the H-E-L-L spirit G-R-A-S-S, but now you are bringing me down to H-E-L. Are you king with me? Qin could not help but curse, but this time the black chi started to rise up, and the rock Qin was holding broke. Qin body fell into the abyss, filled with black chi, and shouted, with unwillingness filling his voice. After an unknown amount of time said by, Qin finally opened his eyes. To his surprise, he was able to see light within the abyss, and what astonished him the most was that there was water present here. He was also able to breathe. Qin floated to the surface, and he saw that he was currently in a pool S-H-I plus Ning with a white aura. What shocked Qin even more was that not far from him there were two stunning girls with long hair sitting on the ground. And even more shocking than before was that these two celestial beauties were naked. Their two perfect and flawless jade bodies were completely visible in front of him. Those two, with their pure faces, which were like meticulously carved jade statues, being without the slightest flaw. Their twin peaks were abundant, and their waists were slender and smooth. They were beautiful and breathtaking. This was Qin first time seeing women as beautiful as them. The fragrant and stunning scene had a great impact on Qin. Shocking him into stillness, his whole face flushed red, and his heart and breathing seemed to have stopped. The two girls were hunkered down and looking at each other. After some time, they finally found Qin, but they totally disregarded him. And, seeing this, Qin felt humiliated as he was totally disregarded by the two beauties. After a period of absent-mindedness, Qin was finally able to see that the Kriva as he was falling apart. There were many cracks and pits visible. Broken stones were scattered on the ground, and alongside the broken stones, there were pieces of scattered white silk, which gave him the idea that a battle had been fought here. He speculated that it was these two girls that were the cause of the battle, which had led to their clothes being torn apart. Qin did not know about why these two stunning and alluring girls were fighting here, in this abyss, but he realized that these two women were quite formidable, and their strength was beyond the scope of his knowledge, being able to shake the earth and move mountains with their power. These two are the cause of my current predicament. They shook the cliff and caused me to plunge down here, but fortunately I had some good luck and did not die. Qin was angry, but at the same time he was curious about these two mysterious girls. Qin slowly walked towards the two women, marveling at their flawless jade bodies. The abyss next to the immortal Devil Cliff was called H-E-L, but for Qin this H-E-L was similar to paradise. There was a deep pool filled with a soothing white aura, and most importantly, beside this pool there were two stunning naked girls. Only at this time, the two girls realized that not far from them, a pair of fiery red eyes were glancing at them, and they felt shame and anger at his leering gaze. Chapter 002, Yin and Yang Divine Veins. Chapter 002, Yin and Yang Divine Veins. The two absolutely gorgeous girls did not move, yet he felt a monstrous killing intent coming from them. Their perfect eyes were squinting due to anger, but for some reason they were not able to turn their heads. Sisters, aren't you cold? Why aren't you wearing any clothes? I'm feeling cold just standing here. Qin did not know what to say, so he asked a random question. At this time, the coldly elegant girl, with an ice-cold face, said, "You take one more step and I will let you experience the pain of your bones corroding. You might as well just wish for death." Although the girl sounded crisp and ethereal and would have been perfect, but for one thing, her voice didn't contain any emotion. The girl's looks and temperament were just like her voice. Her presence would cause anyone who saw her to feel cold. Her eyes were filled with a cold aura, revealing a deep hostility in them. "Brat, if you dare come closer, I'll make sure you regret ever being born into this world." The other girl spoke in a low voice. Her voice was pleasing to the ear, coming from all sides and captivating one's soul. Her beauty was that of a seductress, a stunning masterpiece to all those who saw her. Having two stunning beauties standing in front of him greatly tempted Qinxiang. Though he would never call himself a gentleman, he was not a deceitful person. At present, though the two girls were unable to move, he did not take advantage of them. Qinxiang calmed down and then spoke politely. "Ladies, this is not intentional. I was trying to harvest some herbs above the cliff, but the cliff started to shake and then I fell. I'm lucky to be alive." While talking, Qinxiang removed 2 gowns from his pack and walked towards the girls. He could see that the 2 girls weren't able to move, and in order to not let them feel any more embarrassed, said he decided to cover their bare bodies. Qinxiang was now much closer to the girls and could not help but let his eyes feast on their exquisite bodies. The elegant, beautiful girl could only close her eyes and endure the fiery, hot gaze of Qinxiang as he looked at her body. She trembled while emitting a cold slaughter chi, which chilled to the bone, making Qinxiang tremble. Qinxiang's whole body was covered in cold sweat, and he felt a bit of trepidation while trying to cover the cold girl's body. Ahem! This allowed the girl to become somewhat appreciative of Qinxiang, and her complexion improved a bit. She was no longer releasing any slaughter chi. Qinxiang arrived at the seductive girl's side and saw that she was giving him a small smile, which made Qinxiang's face slightly red. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Only then did he put the gown over her. This act made the 2 girls feel a bit of gratefulness in their hearts. They also felt somewhat guilty, as they had just threatened him. Moreover, they were responsible for the shaking of the cliff. If not for Qinxiang's luck, perhaps he would have died. The 2 girls relaxed a little. Qinxiang did not do anything dirty to them, and this mindset of his made the girls appreciative. They were very clear on how strong a man's temptation could be, especially with bodies like theirs. "Ladies, have you been here for a long time? Can you tell me how to get out? I cannot stay here for a lifetime. I have some very important business to attend to." Qinxiang spoke with frustration. The seductive girl, with a faint smile, spoke softly and said, "Little brother, I have noticed that you don't have a spiritual vein, and in this life you will never be able to become a strong cultivator. However, I can gift you an extreme yang divine vein. Furthermore, I can teach you some formidable divine exercises and also teach you alchemy so that you can refine pills. All of this could help you become a formidable cultivator, but I will only under one condition." The seductive girl threw a coquettish wink towards Qinxiang, which made Qinxiang's desire increase a little, yet these words made him slightly startled. However, he felt somewhat uncertain. He could see that these 2 girls were very strong, but since they were currently injured and could not even move, how would they be able to help others? The beautiful cold girl's eyes lit up. "Brat, I will also grant you an extreme divine vein and teach you how to practice devil exercises. My devil exercises are not any different than my junior sister's divine exercises." She looked into his eyes. "Neither of us would lie to you. It is beneath us." Qinxiang's body shook. Only geniuses were born with high-grade spiritual veins. But above high-grade spiritual veins were profound veins. After profound veins, there were heavenly veins. Above that, there were divine veins. Having divine veins was almost like going against heaven's will. "Did you injure your head somewhere from the fall? Don't make fun of me. I may not have skills, but I'm not an idiot." Although they were far above Qinxiang in power, he did not believe them. If you obtain these, becoming a formidable cultivator will not be difficult at all. However, later on, you have to help us restore our strength. The seductive girl said, shaking Qinxiang to the core. The cold girl spoke. We were attacked by a personal enemy and were severely wounded. We are now unable to move, and we even lost our previous strength. Moreover, formidable demon beasts lurk around here, so we have to leave quickly. Their meridians, bones, dantian, and internal organs had been hit hard. It can be said that they were completely destroyed, and this was due to the battle with a personal nemesis, which also shook the earth and mountains. This made Qinxiang shudder. The arrival of Qinxiang was undoubtedly a good opportunity for them to leave this place. They knew that this place was frequently haunted by demon beasts, and, as they were defenseless, they could end up as a meal for these demon beasts at any time. You must believe us now, otherwise you will never be able to climb out of here in your lifetime, the seductive girl said seriously. Qinxiang had a difficult time accepting what the two had said. Receiving yin and yang divine veins, and also getting devil and divine skills for free, was a ridiculous idea. But, after considering everything, he could only choose to believe what they said. Qinxiang, with a bitter sigh, said, I do hope that you are not playing me. This young one is named Qinxiang. How should I address my two elder sisters? The cold beauty said, by you. 2. The seductive girl with a charming smile said, Su Mei Yao. 3. Qinxiang smilingly said, those names really fit you. All right, what is our next step? Su Mei Yao said, we must first enact a blood deed, which ensures that both parties won't betray each other. We will do this because we will have to live together for a very long time. Transferring our divine veins to you is a very easy thing for us. Senior sister and I have dual divine veins. Giving you one of them will not affect us. Dual divine veins. Moreover, they both had them. Qinxiang's mouth was twitching. This made it all the more difficult to believe. However, at the same time, his heart was also somewhat excited, because these two formidable girls will live together with him for a very long time. And for any man, that would be a dream come true, but they still had to rely on him to restore their strength. Bai Yu said, we don't understand what the other is like, and to prevent that from causing disastrous events, a blood deed is a must. Su Mei Yao explained the common things about the blood deed, and then explained the steps of a blood deed in detail. The blood deed was simple. First, soak a beast's skin in their blood, and then draw the blood deed totem on it thereafter. Write down the contract's content on the blood deed. Then have the 3 bleed onto the blood deed, and the process would be complete. The blood deed will form a contract with the soul. This will allow one to see the contract with their soul. The blood deed filled Qinxiang with shock. Only at this time did he believe what these two said was real. His heart was also filled with excitement, because from now on he will live with these beauties for a very long time. Moreover, this rotted salted fish can, not only stand up from failure, but also can overturn Tianshan. For after that, the 2 girls with celestial appearances and Qinxiang formed contract. Sisters, you can't move because your bones and meridians have received quite severe wounds, right? Qinxiang asked, as he just picked up the H-E-L-L spirit, G-R-A-S-S. This H-E-L-L spirit, G-R-A-S-S, was known to regrow flesh and bones, and it aided recovering from an injury. Bai Yu, while nodding, said, our enemy was very strong, but that S.U.T. couldn't kill us directly due to a blood deed. Therefore she destroyed our powers, and then let us sit here to wait for our deaths. Qinxiang's arrival had undoubtedly saved them. Thus, they were willing to transfer their unnecessary divine veins to Qinxiang. Qinxiang was wrought with fear. These 2 mysterious girls, with dual divine veins, were already very formidable, but their enemy was even stronger than them and had put them in their current states. I picked up this H-E-L-L spirit, G-R-A-S-S, on the cliff above. Will this allow you to recover from your injuries? Qinxiang asked. Since he would soon have 2 divine veins, the H-E-L-L ELL spirit, GRA. S didn't matter anymore. Su Meow's face filled with joy and said, "Yes, of course. With this we'll be able to move." Chun Xiang grinned, with a simple and honest smile on his face, as he took out one half of the ELL spirit, GRA. He divided it into two pieces and fed the two women. Feeding the two beauties made Chun Xiang quite happy. Although the ELL spirit, GRA. S couldn't fully restore the injuries of the two. It would, at least, allow their bones to recover without any internal disruption, making it so that they could walk freely, but they still would not be able to recover their strength. Sisters, what is your background? And who is your formidable enemy? This is also what Chun Xiang was most curious about. Bai Yuyu coldly shot him a look with one eye. On the contract, there was nothing saying we had to tell you about this. I do not have to reply to you. Su Meiyao, reorganizing her hair, softly said, "These are things you should not ask, as it will involve you too broadly. You are still young. Satisfying your curiosity will only bring fatal disaster to you, which is not good for any of us. Now, let's transfer the divine veins." Notes: 1. 1 Li equals 500 m. 2. Bai Yuyu equals means distant, representing the cold temperament. 3. Su Meiyao equals means charming jade, representing the seductive temperament. 4. Tianshan equals here. Tianshan is just used as a reference, and it looks something like this. Chapter 003, Shui Xianxian. Chapter 003, Shui Xianxian. To prepare for the divine vein transfer, Chun Xiang sat down on the ground, crossed his legs, and concentrated his spirit power. Both Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao's delicate hands were pressed against Chun Xiang's stomach. From their beautiful hands, a black and a white mist surged out. The black was Bai Yuyu's extreme yin divine vein, while the white was Su Meiyao's extreme yang divine vein. Both had a mystical appearance. Within Chun Xiang's body appeared a white and a black stream, randomly spreading through his muscles, bones, and meridians in waves. As they circulated, his body began to slowly strengthen, wave after wave, and at last the white and the black qi gathered in his dantian, forming a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. This was the yin and yang divine veins. As Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu saw the extreme yin and yang divine veins successfully fused with Chun Xiang, they could not help but get excited. They originally thought that the fusion of the extreme yin and extreme yang divine veins would be very difficult. For them, this was an experiment, so they didn't know what would happen, but they certainly didn't expect it to be successful. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu slowly retracted their hands and watched the white and black mists start to rise from Chun Xiang. Both of them had complex and surprised expressions on their faces. According to the knowledge of the sisters, there has never been a single person with both yin and yang divine veins existing simultaneously. At this time, they realized that this brat, so long as he cultivates diligently, will one day become a universally unrivaled master. Chun Xiang gradually opened his eyes. He had never felt this comfortable and strong in his life. So this is a divine vein. It feels so good. Later, I'll be able to enter the true martial realm. Chun Xiang was somewhat excited, and a strange and evil smile flashed over his face, looking very nasty in comparison to his previously simple and honest appearance. This made the hearts of two beauties fill with worry. In this world of cultivators, the mortal martial realm is divided into 10 stages: refining qi, quenching body, martial body, opening vein, true qi, divine sense, true aura, divine power, true form, and finally completion. Above the mortal martial realm is the true martial realm. It is the dream of many cultivators to reach the true martial realm. After reaching that realm, one will be filled with overwhelming force, and their lifespan will be extended up to 1,000 years. Chun Xiang was currently at the 3rd level of the mortal martial realm, the martial body stage. For a long time, he had been unable to enter the 4th level of the mortal martial realm, the opening vein stage. True martial realm? That would simply bring disgrace to the divine vein Bai Yu spoke with disdain. Su Meiyao gave Qin Xiang a serious look. You have yin and yang divine veins. Your outlook must be more open. In this world, power never completely stops advancing. There are many different worlds. You are currently in the Chimu mainland, and this is only a small piece of land in a mortal world. You have to remember the contract. You must help us restore our strength. This is not a simple matter. Qin Xiang nodded repeatedly and said, As long as I am alive, I will certainly fulfill the contract and restore the strength of you, 2 sisters. Bai Yu nodded with satisfaction. The quickest way to restore our strength is to use dawn, and they must be very high-ranking dawn. After our strength is restored, the contract will be complete. At that time, we will be able to take our revenge. Qin Xiang felt a little lost. But if the 2 beauties stayed by his side, it was certainly something to be happy about. Su Meiyao removed a ring from her beautiful hair and threw it towards Qin Xiang, saying, Put a drop of blood on it, and it will recognize you as its owner. Using this ring is similar to using a storage pouch. So put my elder sister and I in it, then you can climb back up. You should not stay down here much longer. This place is frequently visited by demon beasts. Dripping blood on it, Qin Xiang established a contract with the ring. The S.P.A.C. inside the ring was very small, yet in Qin Xiang's knowledge, legendary storage rings should have A.S.P.A.C. as vast as a sea. However, one could place living creatures in this storage equipment. This made Qin Xiang marvel. Common storage pouches were very rare and are distributed by sects in the Immortal Mountains. While they were rare, they certainly couldn't hold living creatures inside. According to Su Meiyao's words, he placed the 2 women into the storage ring. As he put it on his finger, the ring became invisible. This made Qin Xiang admire it even more. He ate the dan, given by his father, and with plenty of stamina, he started climbing the cliff, leaving the death chi-filled abyss beneath him. For him, this was a very arduous challenge. Climbing the cliff made Qin Xiang even more depressed because he was not able to see anything due to the Black Death Chi, which also increased the difficulty of the climb. After arduous climbing that lasted for a full day, Qin Xiang finally reached the top. Now that he had completed the climb, he realized that it really wasn't all that difficult due to the divine veins. As he was climbing up, he absorbed large amounts of spirit chi which entered his body and eliminated the fatigue, making him as energetic as a dragon and as fierce as a tiger throughout the entire climb after Qin Xiang got his bearings. He embarked on his way back towards Wohu City. Although he was not able to see Bai Yu and Su Meiyao inside the ring, he was still able to sense them. Sisters, when are you going to teach me those divine and devil exercises? Qin Xiang impatiently asked, as he was very curious about those divine and devil exercises. Your body is too weak at the moment, thus you will not be able to withstand the devil exercises. Bai Yu transmitted in an ice-cold voice. Su Meiyao said, You can practice the divine exercises any time, but first you should return home. I also plan on teaching you alchemy. Qin Xiang, in his heart, was delighted and started to run as fast as he could. In the southern part of the Southern Martial Empire, Wohu City, with a population of 1 million, was quite large and prosperous. It was also the place where the Southern Martial Empire's famous martial arts family, the Chen family, lived. The Chen family had several thousand years of history, and even now, their strength was still quite formidable. With a very rich heritage, they were able to survive for several thousand years, which proved their strength. The Chen family was also very wealthy, and inside Wohu City, they are the most powerful economic force. The Chen family villa occupies several thousand acres of land, with a countless number of courtyards and numerous gardens. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers, so even if someone wanted to sneak in, they would get lost. Tianhu Park. Anyone can guess that this mansion belongs to Chen Tianhu, as a Chen family member having a prominent position. Owning a huge house is a normal thing for that person. Dad, I'm back. Qin Xiang returned and rushed into the library, as he knows his father is always there. Qin Tianhu laughed and said, "You smelly brat! You finally came back. Did you know that there is a little beauty here waiting for you? Do you still remember the little girl of the Shui family? Your little wife?" Chun Xiang's brow wrinkled. In his mind, there was an attractive little girl with skin like jade that he played with when he was only 5 or 6 years old. "Father, you mean Shui Xianxian?" Chun Xiang asked, remembering the girl of the Shui family. She came and visited the Chen family when she was small. At that time, she and Chun Xiang had both played for the entire day. Both had a very good time, and later their families arranged for them to be married. Qin Tianhu nodded his head. "Right, that little girl is in the villa. Just as you went out to look for herbs, she came and pleaded me to allow her to see you." Qin Tianhu smiled and looked out of the window as he said this. Qin Xiang followed his father's gaze and saw a girl, with skin like jade, walking in the courtyard outside. The girl had long hair, a white full-body robe, and was adorned with SHI plus Ning golden ornaments. Seeing the girl's attire, which was similar to that of a fairy, Qin Xiang couldn't help but be dazed by her beauty. That girl was only 14 or 15 years old, yet her skin was white as snow, giving her a beautiful appearance and making people unable to move their gaze from her. When the girl saw Qin Xiang through the window, her beautiful face was filled with joy. She charmingly shouted, "Brother Shao Xiang!" The sound of her voice was gentle and lively, capable of captivating a person's soul. Chan Xiang admits that, although this girl was younger, whether it be temperament or appearance, she could stand shoulder to shoulder with the two beauties inside the ring, let alone the fact that this girl was not yet to fully developed. Qin Xiang swallowed saliva and with a dry laugh said, "This truly is the 18 changes of a grown woman. I didn't think that this little girl will turn into a fairy." This girl was the Shui family's beloved daughter of the heavens, Shui Xianxian. "This girl is my fiancée." Qin Xiang cried in his heart excitedly. If it was before, Qin Xiang would feel his heart constrict because he didn't possess any spiritual veins. But now he had the yin and yang divine veins. So long as he was given time, achieving the pinnacle level of martial arts was not just a fantasy anymore. Shui Xianxian lightly smiled, and little dimples emerged on her cheeks along with a charming blush which made Qin Xiang absent-minded again. Qin Tianhu laughed and then patted Qin Xiang's shoulder, saying, "You two can catch up." Qin Xiang, while laughing, hastily ran out from the library. Coming into the courtyard, Qin Xiang, without any pleasantries, grabbed Shui Xianxian's soft, beautiful hands, and then quickly led her out of the line of sight of his father, as if they were going to do some bad things in their own small time. Chan Xiang, along with the little fairy, came to his own house, making many other Chen family children envious as they went. "Xianxian, how long are you going to stay with the Qin family?" Qin Xiang asked, while laughing, and squeezed Shui Xianxian's cute, dimpled face. Shui Xianxian, with a smile, softly said, "Shao Xiang, brother, my father and I came to Wohu City to talk to you, so we're not going to stay for very long." During childhood, Shui Xianxian got a strange disease and came to Wohu City for a cure. At that time, Shui Xianxian's body was weak and looked thin and frail, so in the Chen and Shui families she was often bullied. Only Qin Xiang took good care of her and played with her. During that time, it made her really happy. He also encouraged her to be strong, so she could fight her illness, and also gave her a few precious dawn. These things were engraved in Shui Xianxian's heart, and even when she knew Qin Xiang didn't have any spiritual veins, and thus no future in martial arts, she still decided to marry Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang was at somewhat of a loss. He also liked Shui Xianxian very much. When they were children, both families knew Qin Xiang did not have spiritual veins, so Qin Xiang also didn't have any playmates. Therefore, he and Shui Xianxian were like two peas in a pod. "Brother Shao Xiang, my family told me to dissolve the marriage, but I disagreed, so they made me go see the Yao family and meet their young genius of alchemy. Xue Xianxian saw Chen Xiang's complexion changing, and with a chuckle said, "Rest assured, I would rather die than marry the Yao family brat. Also, I have heard that he has a very nasty character." In the whole of the South Martial Empire, Xue Xianxian was considered a genius among geniuses, with her cultivation at the 6th level of the mortal martial realm and being only 14. On the other hand, the Yao family also had a 16-year-old genius who was able to refine Dawn. In everyone's eyes, they were the definition of a perfect couple. Chun Xiang was very calm. He now had the yin and yang divine veins and 2 unidentified, yet formidable women as his tutors, so he now had the confidence that in a short amount of time he could catch up with the Yao family's young alchemist. Chun Xiang grinned, touching Xue Xianxian elegant charming cheeks, and smiled as he said, "Xianxian, you go to Yao family and say you already have a fiancé, and if he still refuses to accept, then tell him to come and challenge me." Seeing Chen Xiang being so confident made Xue Xianxian very glad. She stood on her toes and kissed Chen Xiang on his lips, then bowing her head said, "Brother Xiao Xiang, you must become stronger. I am worried about my family, as they will not hesitate to break us apart." Xue Xianxian gracefully moved through the courtyard, like a swallow, her movements agile and elegant, but also making Chen Xiang become distracted like a fool. In his mind, the image of Xue Xianxian kissing his lips appeared. Chun Xiang licked his lips and with a smile said, "That little girl has grown up a lot." Notes 2. Literally, the 18 changes of a grown woman, meaning equals all of the changes that a girl goes through when turning into a woman. Chapter 004. Divine Exercise of 4 Symbols. Chapter 0004. Divine Exercise of 4 Symbols. Little guy, you say your little fairy is attractive. Don't you think the 2 of us are attractive? In Chen Xiang's mind, a charming voice resounded. This voice belonged to Su Meiyao. Chen Xiang coughed twice, and with a dry laugh said, "As long as my wife is good-looking, ha-ha." "Of course, you 2 are certainly beautiful. Oh yeah, Sister Meiyao, hurry up and teach me those divine exercises and alchemy." "You pervert, what are you trying to say?" Su Meiyao spat and said, "Nothing." Chen Xiang grinned while scratching his face, a strange look flashed. Plussing past his eyes. In order to prevent Xue Xianxian from being disappointed, Chen Xiang intended to redouble his efforts and cultivate day and night. A faint trace of aura suddenly flashed from the invisible ring on Chen Xiang's finger, as both Bai Yu and Su Meiyao appeared in front of him, both wearing oblique and elegant purple robes. Chen Xiang guessed that these clothes were already present inside the ring. At this time, the afternoon sun was very harsh, but it seemed that the 2 stunning girls were enjoying that annoyingly bothersome sunlight. The spirit chi around here is really poor. If you do not rely on Dawn, then it will be very difficult for you to enter the true martial realm. Su Meiyao, looking up at the hot sun, murmured. Chen Xiang was somewhat confused at how the 2 girls were able to enter and exit the ring at will. Additionally, they were also able to hear sounds through the ring. Chen Xiang entered the small residence with them. The inside was not very large. There was only 1 hall and 4 rooms. When compared to the huge Chen family estate, this was indeed considered quite small. In the small hall, Su Meiyao and Bai Yu were sipping the spirit tea prepared by Chen Xiang. This was from Chen Xiang's personal collection, and he was usually reluctant to drink it. The spirit chi is really thin here. If you want to quickly elevate your strength, you would have to rely on Dawn. But before this, you must cultivate out the true chi flames, one. Since you have the yin and yang divine veins, this will not be difficult for you. Su Meiyao said. Chun Xiang nodded his head and said, "Please, Sister Meiyao, give me advice." "Come, I will teach you the Tai Chi divine exercise 4 and the divine exercise of 4 symbols." Su Meiyao said in a charming voice, stroking her hair. That gesture was truly fascinating and charming, and even a bit flirtatious. Due to Qin Xiang's nearly infinite potential, Su Meiyao wanted his full attention, so she would have a fierce helper later. Su Meiyao's delicate hand covered Qin Xiang's forehead, and Qin Xiang's mind was filled with many texts and runes revolving around. Each one was obscure and difficult to understand on their own, but with Su Meiyao's help, he unconsciously mastered them. Su Meiyao said, "I'm currently using my divine sense to transfer the steps for cultivation to you. I'm not just sing you the divine exercises, but also my understanding of them. You just simply have to follow the steps." Qin Xiang was shocked. He did not think Su Meiyao would be able to use divine sense. In order to practice divine sense, one would have to, at least, be at the 6th level of the mortal martial realm. It is condensed by fusing together spiritual power and true force, and can be described as a very mysterious, invisible, and stateless spiritual force. Anything about us must be kept confidential, and no one is to know about us, including your little wife. Bai Yu said with a serious and cold tone. Su Meiyao continued, "I will tell you right now that my senior sister and I have numerous enemies who could crush you simply by pointing at your head. As such, you have to keep our secrets. Also, we will not come out from the ring unless you are in dire straits." Qin Xiang's heart shuddered. He did not expect that he was harboring such dangerous two individuals. He quickly nodded his head before Bai Yu and Su Meiyao suddenly disappeared, entering the ring. Tai Chi Divine Exercise and Divine Exercise of 4 Symbols. Although it was only a small portion of the whole skill, Qin Xiang was still extremely excited. After all, he didn't know of anyone who had been given the opportunity to practice divine skills. In the world of martial arts, the skills were divided into the general categories of mortal level, spirit level, profound level, earth level, heavenly level, sacred level, and finally divine level. They are further separated into upper and lower grades. Dan are similarly ranked, but they also contain a middle grade as well as the lower and upper grades. Heavenly level skills were very rare, and divine level skills were even rarer. Divine exercises are, after all, only practiced by legendary DS who have unfathomably formidable and overwhelming strength. They were said to be able to summon lightning to strike the earth and even change things that could be considered as acting against heaven's will, such as breaking the very fabric of The Tai Chi Divine Exercise was a foundation-building exercise and was specialized for training the body using Qi cultivation. It is a very profound and powerful martial art heart law, too. The Divine Exercise of 4 Symbols was divided into 4 parts, namely Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Turtle Divine Exercises, and these 4 divine exercises were auxiliary in nature and mainly helped in boosting the attack and defense of other martial skills. After practicing and understanding them, they could also be used to demonstrate formidable martial techniques. Qin Xiang arrived at the backyard of his house. Surrounded by lush green trees and breathing in the fresh air, he was able to clearly sense all 5 elements of spirit qis that existed between heaven and earth. Common spiritual veins were divided according to attributes, but Qin Xiang's yin and yang divine veins represents and contains all of the world's 5 elements, so he was able to practice all 5 elements of true qis. The Tai Chi Divine Exercise, although it was a profound heart law, Su Meiyao had transferred her understanding of it, so he quickly mastered it. He operated the Tai Chi Divine Exercise, and the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram in his dantian started rotating immediately. This made the spirit qi around him violently surge into his body. The absorption rate of spirit qi for any high-grade spiritual vein was extremely fast. As for a divine vein, the speed was unimaginable. At this time, Qin Xiang sat cross-legged at the cave entrance and operated the Tai Chi Divine Exercise. Spirit Qi entered his body and immediately started purifying him. The Spirit Qi transformed into a pure white stream, spreading through his body within his bones, muscles, and meridians, making his body dear. To become a formidable martial artist, one must purify the body both internally and externally. Qin Xiang was now strengthening his internal body, and his internal body is generating a powerful qi stream containing formidable force. This is known as True Qi 3. Qin Xiang unconsciously entered into a state of cultivation, with spirit qi madly surging into his body. If somebody saw this scene, they wouldn't believe their eyes. The divine skills of the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger specialized in attacking, while the Vermilion Bird divine skill mainly specialized in fire, and the Black Tortoise divine skill specialized in defense. Practicing true qi up to the large success stage would create a form in the Dantian, and as Qin Xiang further practices the divine exercise of 4 symbols, he will be able to later create an Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, the 4 divine beasts in his Dantian. This means that Qin Xiang alone must cultivate the same amount as 4 people. Although it would be very laborious, his grasp of power will be far above others at the same level. As he simply started operating the Tai Chi divine exercise, refining spirit qi into polished true qi, a large amount of external spirit qi surged into his body. True qi was flowing inside the large and small meridians of his body, making his meridians much more STU. Dysprosia morning came, and pleasant sunlight entered the backyard and warmed Qin Xiang's body. He opened his eyes, which, for a moment, seemed to glow with electricity, and a wind arose around his body, dispersing the white morning mist. His body was covered with a layer of black filth, meaning that he had entered into the 4th level of the mortal martial realm. From the 4th level to the 6th level of the mortal martial realm, it was considered to be the start of a new stage. Now, Qin Xiang had reached the 4th level, the opening vein stage. This stage had previously been unreachable for him. Qin Xiang again closed his eyes, attentively watching the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram. Within his Dantian, he discovered that there were 5 true Qi whirlpools, each separating into 4 directions with a clear core. Ordinary people would only 1 true Qi whirlpool, but he currently has 5. One could not even imagine how vivid his true qi was. With this degree of vibrant true qi, his strength was comparable to someone in the 5th level of the mortal martial realm. I finally entered the 4th level of the mortal martial realm. Now Dad doesn't have to beg those old men for herbs. Qin Xiang was rejoicing due to his breakthrough. When he thought about Xue Xianxian, who had entered the 6th level of the mortal martial realm at the tender age of 15, he immediately calmed himself down. Thinking about that Yao family's talented young alchemist hitting on his fiancée, Qin Xiang's heart became resolute. He had a desire to cultivate himself more strenuously before going to the Yao family and challenging that so-called genius alchemy master. Start cultivating the Azure Dragon divine exercise, Su Meiyao said. Since her divine sense was restored to a certain degree, she was able to clearly sense the things going on outside. The divine exercise of 4 symbols, technically speaking, was only one divine exercise, but in practice was a comprehensive guide for boxing, palm techniques, kicking techniques, qigong, and many others martial arts. After mastering the divine exercise, the prowess displayed is dependent solely on the individual. The Azure Dragon was centered around the true qi of wood and contained both wind and lighting attributes. As such, cultivating the Azure Dragon divine exercise will allow the user to cast martial skills that contain either wind or lightning force. After taking a shower, Qin Xiang had a quick meal before coming back to his backyard to cultivate the Azure Dragon divine exercise. The Tai Chi divine exercise and divine exercise of 4 symbols were already integrated into his soul, so no matter how profound and mysterious they were, he was able to understand it. After half a day, Qin Xiang was operating the true qi within his body according to the Azure Dragon divine exercise. Soon he saw his body start to overflow with a soft azure aura. Sometimes lightning would flash within this azure aura, and, from time to time, gusts of wind blew out from Qin Xiang's body. Qin Xiang had now grasped how to release the power of lighting and wind derived from what attributed true qi. However, for him, This level was insufficient. He wanted to be able to transform the wood true chi into a fearsome wind and lighting to be used with other martial skills from the Azure Dragon Divine exercise. Chun Xiang made the true chi of wood, inside his body, flow into his meridians. Cycling through his body, again and again, the true chi moved erratically, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Occasionally it was similar to a large river, yet at other times it flowed gently like a small mountain stream. Notes: 1. A type of fire made of true chi used for alchemical purposes, add more if needed TL. 2. Here Heart Law can be interpreted as Sutra 3. Chi generated by the internal body. 4. An exercise is basically a cultivation practice which strengthens you. Chapter 005 Challenge. Chapter 005 Challenge 1 month later. As the moon rose into the sky, an azure light was flashed. H.I. plusing on the summit of a mountain. When looked at from afar, it looked like a star had fallen on the mountain's peak. In order to keep others from learning about his newfound strength, Chun Xiang used the excuse of gathering herbs to come to this mountain and cultivate. In order to absorb larger amounts of spirit chi and to gain a better sense of the wind and lightning contained between the heavens and the earth, he came to this mountain's summit. At this place, he could see dark clouds begin to rise and feel strong winds blow. Lightning occasionally sparked between the clouds. Suddenly, a thunderbolt fell directly down towards the mountain peak, as if striking to destroy it. This Astoni's H.I. plusing scene was actually a byproduct of Chun Xiang cultivating the Azure Dragon Divine exercise. The fierce howling gale and the thunderous lightning in the sky were both caused by his cultivation. The moment the lightning bolt struck his body, not only did he start refining his body through its tyrannical force, but from time to time, he was also absorbing its energy into his body. This action of his could be described as suicidal. Everyone knows that lightning is one of the most destructive forces of nature. Even true martial realm experts would not dare to face it. Yet Chun Xiang was cultivating using the Azure Dragon Divine exercise, and actually wanted to use that natural lightning to assist his cultivation. This bizarre scene lasted until midnight. Chun Xiang's face, which had been distorted due to the pain, was now slowly returning to normal. His clothes were torn in multiple places, and he had numerous black scars all over his body, with smoke emitting from the crevices. Yet, above all those scars, a bright azure light was H.I. plusing. This azure light had a strong wood attribute aura, which aided his body in recovering from the injuries incurred by the lightning. As long as I become strong, this pain is nothing, said Chun Xiang, clenching his fist and shouting in his heart as he endured the pain from one lightning bolt striking his body after another, letting the heavens temper his body with powerful strikes of lightning. This method truly deserves to be called a divine exercise. Not only does it affect the world around the user, but it also tempers the user's body with lightning strikes, making it stronger. Several days went past. During this time, Chun Xiang had been repeatedly struck by lightning. Now he had finally completed his basic body tempering. As Chun Xiang opened his eyes, 2 lightning bolts could be seen flash. H.I. plusing within his eyes firm and resolute. It really was an Astoni's H.I. plusing sight. It is definitely worthy of being called a divine exercise. Mortal martial exercises aren't even worth farts in comparison to this. In just 1 month, it has enabled me to reach the 5th level of the mortal martial realm. At this time, Chun Xiang inspected the 5 true chi whirlpools spinning within his dantian. Comparing them to how they had been before, they had already grown much larger. Chun Xiang could now control true chi as he desired. This was the 5th level of the mortal martial realm, the true chi realm. He was 16 years old and has already reached the 5th level of the mortal martial realm. Many would consider him a genius for this accomplishment. A crimson-colored true chi resided on one of Chun Xiang's palms, the other held an azure-colored true qi. Hand in hand, fire and wood true qi were cultivated through the azure dragon and vermilion bird divine exercise. Chen Xiang felt as if he had shed his former skin and been reborn. Both his true qi and his body were now incomparable to their former states. Then again, his body had been tempered and his true qi had been cultivated through a divine exercise. Chen Xiang could finally understand why divine exercises were considered to be priceless. Truly, by cultivating these exercises, people could gain qi. Oh, like strength. The spirit qi around here is thin. If you want your cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, then you can only rely on dawn. Now that you can release true qi flames, you can finally begin to learn alchemy. Su Meiyao transmitted to him. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu both longed for Qin Xiang to become strong as soon as possible. The quicker he got stronger, the sooner they could recover their strength. The sisters felt fear and helplessness at the loss of their former power. Well, if it isn't the Chen family's great young master, the Yao family's genius alchemist has challenged you. He wants to compete with you in both alchemy and martial arts. Qin Xiang had just entered the Chen family gate when an arrogant teenager walked up and started talking to him. A challenge? When did this happen? Qin Xiang was a little surprised. He had only been away for a few days. That teenager started laughing at him, his voice full of disdain. So, you haven't even heard? We all thought you were afraid and went into hiding. This all happened 10 days ago because the Yao family's genius fancies your fiancé. You truly do have bad luck. Qin Xiang was barely enduring his impulse to beat this Ick up. With a discerning fake smile, he replied, Qin Zhenhua, do you remember that time when we were younger, and I made you fall on your face into dogs? Hi+T? Are you sure you still want to talk back to me right now? The little Rick was Chen Zhenhua, whose father was a commander of one of the Qin family's branches. There were a lot of Chen family branches located across the southern martial empire. The commanders of said families were also very strong and only gathered at the Chen family villa for important matters. Qin Zhenhua's expression twisted in anger, but he had to bear it. His voice filled with ridicule, he snapped, Of course I do. Let's see if you can defeat the Yao family's genius. I can't wait to witness your face when you lose your stunning fiancé. Qin Zhenhua departed, laughing. Chen Zhang snorted, before walking away to find his father. On his way there, he overheard that the Chen family had encountered some sort of an issue. As such, all the branch commanders had been summoned. Tianhu Park, inside the library, Chen Xiang ran up to his father and asked, Dad, is it true that grandfather has withdrawn from the patriarch's position? Chen Tianhu, while looking dignified, nodded and said, It's true. Your grandfather has gone into seclusion, wanting to join a martial arts sect. The Chen family's branch commanders are all coming here to compete for his position. A Chen family patriarch giving up his position meant that a new patriarch had to be elected. At that time, many things are bound to occur, because many battles will take place. Getting injured was also inevitable. Becoming a martial arts family's patriarch, one can have high authority, alongside rich resources, and because of this, many people are desperate to get the position, even at risk of their life. Chen Xiang's father would also compete for the patriarch's position, and this time, Qin Xiang will certainly be involved. If he does not have enough strength, it will definitely be quite dangerous for him. Chen family patriarch position had never been inherited. It relied on a compet. 1. Tie-in to elect the patriarch. After all, in this world strength was revered, and only with a show of strength would others be willing to follow you. So, for the Chen family patriarch position, others can only be convinced with strength. Qin Xiang saw that Chen Tianhu's complexion was very dignified, so he carefully asked, Dad, will this be difficult for you? Chen Tianhu, with a sigh, said, It is, indeed, going to be very difficult, as there are many who are competing with me for the patriarch position, including those 2 brothers with whom I have some scruples. No need to say this, but the Yao family genius also issued you a challenge. It would be best to reject him. Reject? After learning about this so-called challenge, Qin Xiang did not intend to refuse. He was now a stage 5 mortal realm martial artist, and also cultivated using divine exercises. Because he cultivates using Tai Chi divine exercises, he could restrain his Qi aura, and thus Chen Tianhu was unable to find out that his son had advanced by leaps and bounds. Dad, I will not allow the Xue family and the Yao family to look down upon me. I must accept this challenge. Chen Xiang's gaze was firm, his eyes were filled with the intention of war, and from his body emerged an immense amount of polished true qi, which made Chen Tianhu's pupils contract, as surprise filled his heart. He could see that his son had advanced at an unbelievable rate. Chen Tianhu could only think that his son had come across a fortuitous event while out adventuring, but he refrained from asking. His son was strong, and that was enough for him. Tianhu patted Qin Xiang's shoulders, and with a laugh said, "Your dad will support you. You must make the Yao family genius know that there is something beyond the sky." Qin Xiang, with a hollow laugh, said, "Dad, can you support me with some money?" Although Chen Xiang's father lived a rather luxurious life, he himself was quite poor, as his father was worried that he would turn into a playboy. So his father only allowed him to live a simple life, which led to a dignified elder's grandson looking very plain in comparison to other Qin family members his age. Chen Tianhu was a man who preferred not to waste money, but in order to elevate his strength and also help Qin Xiang, he has spent a lot. So he has not allowed Qin Xiang to spend money randomly. What for? I want to buy a spirit herb to plant and grow. Qin Xiang whispered while rotating his eyes. Planting spirit herbs not only requires experience, but also meticulous care. Ordinarily, those who plant herb are alchemists, generally old men with white hair. One teenager planting spirit herbs with no experience is unusual, as it also requires one to have much patience, as a good spirit herb requires many years to mature. For Chen Tianhu, it would also be his first time seeing a teenager plant spirit herbs. But seeing the confidence in Chen Xiang's eyes, he sighed and pulled out a storage pouch. "If I come to know you are lying to me, I'll kick your ass. S to the point that sitting on a stool will be a nightmare for you for at least a month. Are we clear?" Chen Tianhu smiles as he made that terrifying comment which made Chen Xiang tremble. "Here is 3,000 large spirit coins. If you don't have the confidence to double the amount, then, in the future, do not ask me for money again." Chen Tianhu took out one specially manufactured spirit note. Qin Xiang took it and with a smile said, "Rest assured, I will become Qin family's youngest alchemist." Qin Tianhu was shocked. He knew that Qin Xiang did not have a spiritual vein, thus alchemy would be impossible for him. But in his heart, he is also secretly happy. If what he said becomes true, then it will make Qin family even more formidable. He knows that the Chen family has not had an alchemist for many years. Chen Tianhu laughed. "Quickly get out of here. Don't even think about trying to trick me, or you will get a beating. I will go give the Yao family your response." Chen Xiang took the 3,000 large spirit coins and quickly left. Chapter 006 True Qi Flame. Chapter 006 True Qi Flame. Chen Xiang cultivated with the Azure Dragon Divine Exercise, which was a wood-attributed exercise. Azure Dragon True Qi contained a massive amount of elemental life force, and thus was very helpful for growing spirit herbs. There was even a particular exercise called the Dragon Saliva Exercise, which provided assistance in planting and growing herbs. Upon casting the Dragon Saliva Exercise, a mystical liquid would be created from his Azure Dragon True Qi, which, when applied to spirit herbs, accelerated their growth. Practicing the Vermilion Bird Divine Exercises could allow one to create and release a flame. This flame was essential in alchemy. The divine exercise of 4 symbols was a very multifaceted exercise, and there were many fierce exercises in it. But because Chen Xiang's strength was not high enough, he could not practice most of them. At the moment, Chen Xiang has 3,000 large spirit coins, equivalent to 300,000 small spirit coins. But it is still not enough for him to buy a middle-grade mortal level, baptizing Merodan. Due to their price, ordinary martial artists cannot normally afford to buy Dawn, as even the cheapest of them are very expensive. TLN. I prefer using Dan. Instead of Dan, I will use Dan instead of using Dan. For example, I'll use baptizing Merodan as opposed to using baptizing Mero Pill. In the entirety of Wohu City, there is only one place that specializes in selling Dawn, and that is the Spirit Dan Hall. It was a 4-story building, and although not very large, the things sold inside were rather expensive. Moreover, 16.5 acres behind the Spirit Dan Hall was a big manor where they grew spirit herbs. Although the Spirit Dan Hall was not associated with any clans, it was not weak as they had many experts inside. One can even find alchemy masters inside the Spirit Dan Halls, who were highly respected for their work. After all, Dawn were very rare and their benefits were great, allowing martial artists to increase their strength. As Chen Xiang walked inside the Spirit Dan Hall, he smelled a herbal aroma wafting through the hall, creating a soothing sensation in all who breathed it in. There were many counters, each counter selling different kinds of Dawn and herbs. Before coming here, Su Meiyao told Chen Xiang to start practicing with low-rank Dawn. Thus he intended to refine the mortal level, low-grade Dan, quenching body Dan. It was cheap and easy to sell. One Dan can sell for around 700 spirit coins, and anyone below the 4th level of the mortal martial realm can get a significant boost from consuming one. Young Master, Spirit Dawn are sold there. This stand is specialized in selling spirit herbs. The speaker was a beautiful girl standing behind the counter. There were not many people inside the Spirit Dan Hall, so Chen Xiang was very conspicuous, but even if she saw Chen Xiang wearing a shabby outfit, she didn't underestimate him, because she knew that hidden experts sometimes came to the Spirit Dan Hall. Ah yes, I would like to buy seedlings of the spirit herbs required for refining the quenching body Dan. Do you sell them here? Chen Xiang asked as he walked over to the beautiful girl. Very few people came to buy seedlings, as few have the ability to grow them. Those who were able to grow them were generally affiliated with big forces and are responsible for handling herb gardens. Furthermore, they are generally quite proficient in alchemy. They are treated as treasures by those forces and are rarely allowed to come out for a walk. That girl was slightly surprised, but still spoke with a sweet smile. Of course, to refine the quenching body Dan, you will need 4 herbs. The prices are the same for all seedlings. They are quite cheap, only 100 large spirit coins for each seedling. The herbs needed for quenching body Dan are the Azure Spirit, GRA, SS, Blood Element Flower, Profound Bright Flower, and the Spirit Leaf, GRA, SS. Chen Xiang thought for a moment, then said, Give me 5 of each. 400 spirit coins for 1 set makes it 2,000 for 5. Chen Tianhu only gave him 3,000 large spirit coins. Now more than half his fortune is gone. It seems that even the most basic of Dawn were too expensive to be consumed by ordinary martial artists. The girl was surprised, as she didn't know of anyone his age in Wohu City that could practice alchemy techniques and grow herbs. I'll go fetch it for you, so please wait for a moment. The girl did not think that Chen Xiang was messing around with her, because people who messed around with the Spirit Dan Hall generally ended up regretting it. Well, what do we have here? A handsome teenager, wearing a magnificent and expensive white robe and holding a fan, was coming down the stairs and looking at Chen Xiang with disdain. The upper floors of the Spirit Dan Hall sold higher-ranked Dawn, and people that can go up are all distinguished guests. Are your eyes behind your back? Shut your F.U. See King Mouth. Why is it that every time you open your mouth, bulls, H-I plus T comes out? Qin Xiang, curling his lips, replied, "That teenager is Chen Zhenhua, and he and Qin Xiang are of similar age. He is also extremely intelligent. At a young age, he managed to enter the 4th level of the mortal martial realm and is now just a step away from 5th level." Qin Zhenhua's face turned green. "Qin Xiang, I admit that you were very formidable when we were younger, but you do not have a spiritual vein, so now I could beat you with a hand tied behind my back." Qin Xiang, being at the 5th level of the mortal martial realm, could only laugh at these words. No matter how strong someone at the 4th level is, they were definitely not his match. This is Qin Xiang, the current Chen family patriarch's grandson. I heard that he doesn't have a spiritual vein and is forever stuck at the 3rd level of the mortal martial realm. It seems he is here for some dawn. A beautiful girl walked out from behind Qin Zhenhua and gave Qin Xiang a disdainful look. Qin Xiang recognized this girl. She was the daughter of the governor of Wohu City. It seems that birds of the same feather really do flock together. I did not expect the governor's daughter to be so superficial, being willing to be seen with such a fellow. Qin Xiang said, then no longer paid them any attention, though he suffered and was humiliated by them. Now he was much stronger than them, had worked diligently to obtain strength. Therefore his mind was much more mature than the two in front of him. Seeing that Qin Xiang was no longer paying any attention to them, Qin Zhenhua the girl became angry. Qin Zhenhua wanted to show off in front of the governor's daughter, so he walked towards Qin Xiang. "Young master, here are you spirit, herbs, seedlings you requested." The girl returned with his order, pulling seedlings out from a storage pouch. Qin Zhenhua was surprised that Qin Xiang was here to buy seedlings. This was a surprise for Qin Zhenhua, but he laughed scornfully and said, "Qin Xiang, you do not even have a spiritual vein. Are you really thinking of planting spirit herbs? Don't tell me you want to become an alchemy master? This is hilarious." Because there were not many people in the Spirit Dan Hall, it's usually very quiet inside. Thus, when everyone heard someone loudly speak about someone not having a spiritual vein and wanting to become an alchemy master, they could not help but stop and stare. Qin Xiang was well known in the city. After all, his grandfather was the Chen family patriarch, his father was a well-known figure, and he did not have a spiritual vein. Most people, when talking about the Chen family patriarch and Chen Tianhu, always ended up sighing. Qin Xiang silently paid the money and received the spirit herb seedlings. He chose to ignore everyone's gazes. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Zhenhua, with a sneer, said, "A waste of a person, wasting so many spirit herbs." Qin Xiang's brow wrinkled. When Qin Zhenhua said he did not have a spiritual vein, he chose to ignore it. He had been ridiculed before, but he could not tolerate being called a waste. When everyone saw the Qin family children fighting, they were happy inside their hearts because they knew it would be an interesting show to watch. Qin Xiang turned around and looked at the arrogant Qin Zhenhua. Suddenly, a palm-shaped flame surged out from his palm, making many people begin to feel like they were in a sauna. Inside the Spirit Dan Hall, there are many people who had excellent insight, so they were well aware that this flame was not a normal flame, but actually an alchemical flame. "Qin Zhenhua, I dare you to try to face this true chi flame made by a waste." Qin Xiang spoke with a dark and emotionless tone. Only those with special talent and rare cultivation exercises can create true chi flames. They have to be born with this type of talent and were able to understand the minute changes inside the true chi flames. Because Qin Zhenhua was very close to Qin Xiang, his whole body was covered in sweat. The beautiful girl behind the counter was also in the same state, making her thin clothes become soaked with fragrant perspiration, making her seductive curves stand out. This fierce flame made everyone in the Spirit Dan Hall stand still, dumb as wooden chickens. TLN, dumb as a wooden rooster. It comes from a Chinese story. For the story you can visit here, basically petrified. Chapter 007, Dragon Saliva Exercise. Chapter 007, Dragon Saliva Exercise. This is... Wait, stop. Don't burn down my Spirit Dan Hall. An old man started shouting. It seemed that he appeared out of thin air. The flame in Qinxiang's hands started to dissipate. The people in the Spirit Dan Hall slowly recovered from their shock. They could all feel the fury that had been contained within Qinxiang's flame. Qin Zhenhua, don't tell me you're afraid of the flames made by a waste. Then what does it make you? An even bigger waste? Qinxiang spoke, openly sneering. Qin Zhenhua's complexion became extremely ugly. No one in their right mind would try to take on those flames. The mouth of the governor's daughter was wide open in shock. She looked at Qinxiang in surprise. She could feel the power behind those flames. She lowered her head because she had been treating him like dog S. H-I plus T on the side of the road. Who knows why Qinxiang decided to hide his strength instead of showing it off, like anyone else that was his age would do. Hall Master. This brat. One middle-aged fellow, wearing a short white robe, came out from behind Qinxiang. That old man just kept on staring at Qinxiang, his face contorted in a look of disbelief, shock, and joy, all at the same time. This old man was the Spirit Dan Hall's master. He is a very famous alchemist and had a history of scruples with Qinxiang's grandfather. "Little brother, do you want to become my apprentice?" the old man asked, which made all the people within Spirit Dan Hall gasp. The hall master was even willing to take him as an apprentice. Everybody knew that many aristocratic families had wanted their children to be taken on as his apprentice. But even if their parents personally came to ask the Spirit Dan Hall's master, they would be rejected without even a second look. Everyone froze in place. Qinxiang's potential shocked every single one of them. Having no spiritual vein, but still being able to release a true chi flame, and not to mention the fact that the Spirit Dan Hall's master had seen that Qinxiang is a good seed. Qinxiang scratched his head and spoke dismissively. "Although I would like to, you and my grandfather are enemies, so I cannot take you as my teacher." Then Qinxiang turned away casually, without the slightest expression of regret or sorrow. No one could believe that Qinxiang had actually refused. They suspected that he might have misunderstood what the Spirit Dan Hall's master said. Only after hearing the sound of the Spirit Dan Hall's master sighing did they believe that there are some people who would actually refuse to become a Spirit Dan Hall's master's apprentice. Everyone agreed that Qinxiang was a fool. Because of a private grudge between his grandfather and the Spirit Dan Hall's master, he gave up such a good opportunity. Qin Zhenhua's heart was filled with jealousy. A moment ago he had ruthlessly humiliated Qinxiang, and everyone's gaze had been fixated on Qinxiang. Their gazes filled with disdain. But now many people looked at him with contemptuous expressions. In the eyes of these people, a genius alchemist was much more formidable than any other type of genius. He was able to refine dawn. Furthermore, even though he was lacking a spiritual vein, he was able to become a fierce martial artist. Of course, not only did Qinxiang have divine veins, he could also become an alchemist. He could now plant herbs and release true chi flames. These were the two conditions he needed to start refining dawn. Although alchemy needed certain experience and higher understanding, he is sure that he will be able to successfully refine those dawn. Qinxiang already knew that Spirit Dan Hall's master was his grandfather's rival. Moreover, his grandfather had been very good to him. From time to time, his grandfather would give him some dawn, which ultimately allowed him to reach the third level of the mortal martial realm. After returning to the Chun family residence, Qinxiang found his father and told him about what had happened at the Spirit Dan Hall. "Well done. That old man of the Spirit Dan Hall treats our Chun family poorly. He sells those dawn to us at exorbitant prices. Since you have a true chi flame, it will not be difficult for you to become an alchemist. From now on, I'll fully support you." Qun Tianhu in his heart was very excited. Now that his son can release true chi flames, it can be said he will have a promising future, even better than martial artists with high-grade spiritual veins. Qinxiang retired to his own small courtyard and started planting those spirit herb seedlings. In the evening, he sat cross-legged on his bed, sensing the rich spirit chi of heaven and earth. He started then using the Tai Chi divine exercise along with the dragon saliva exercise and quickly absorbed the spirit chi. After using the dragon saliva exercise, it will leave behind a special essence on his tongue. As long as he uses this essence to water those spirit herbs, the time it will take them to mature will significantly decrease. In the morning, Qin Xiang stretched out his tongue and found an azure-colored dewdrop. This drop was dragon saliva. Seeing this, Qin Xiang started rejoicing. He did not expect to be successful in making the dragon saliva. On his first try, he quickly put that azure dewdrop into a bucket full of water. The bucket started exhibiting a light azure aura. Using the bucket of glowing water, Qin Xiang started carefully watering the seedlings. Azure Spirit GRA. S. Blood Element GRA. S. Profound Bright Flower and Spirit Leaf GRA. SS. These 4 spirit herbs were only low-grade mortal herbs, but it normally took them 3 years to mature. However, after Qin Xiang used the dragon saliva to accelerate their growth, it only took a month for them to fully mature. The azure-colored GRA. S, which is the one exhibiting a fierce spirit chi, is the azure spirit GRA. SS, the one which is as red as blood and the size of a fist, was the blood element flower. The one which is white as snow and emitted a bright aura was the profound bright flower. The one that looked like leaf-bladed GRA. S was the spirit leaf GRA. SS. Qin Tianhu looked around the small courtyard with surprise. While staring at the spirit herbs, he clearly remembered that a month ago they were nothing more than seedlings. Son, about this ability of yours. Refrain from showing it to others, no matter what. Only you and I will ever know about this. Just as one should not boast about his treasures in public, you should not let anyone else know about this ability of yours. Qin Tianhu spoke with a serious face and did not inquire about how his son got this ability. Qin Xiang nodded his head. This courtyard was in Qin Tianhu's domain, so no body would dare to come in here without his permission, and therefore, Qin Xiang was not worried about people discovering this. Alchemy is not simple, although you have the ability to become an alchemist. Self-teaching is a hard thing to do, especially with alchemy. You should try to build your foundation first. Even if you take a wrong step, we can go and look for an alchemist when needed. Qin Tianhu said this, then removed a bucket-sized alchemical furnace from his storage pouch. TLN, alchemy furnace looks something like this, Qin Tianhu said. Although this alchemical furnace is not that good, it is the best one which I can afford. Wait for me to ask the elders for some money, and we will buy a better one later. For alchemy, an alchemical furnace was one of the most essential things, second only to the herbs. Qin Xiang was quite satisfied with the black furnace. Laughing and nodding his head, he said, "Thank you, Dad. You will be the first to taste my refined dawn." Qin Tianhu walked out laughing. During this month, except for looking after the seedlings, Qin Xiang spent most of his time asking Su Meiyao about the main points of alchemy. That seductive girl explained all the difficulties of alchemy carefully, making sure Qin Xiang knew what he was getting into. As Qin Xiang learned about alchemy, he encountered many issues. For example, controlling the flames, pouring the true qi continuously, and solidifying the dan, which required a very accurate control and application of spiritual power. Sister Meiyao, at what time should I start the preparation to refine these dan? Qin Xiang used spirit power to exchange words with Su Meiyao inside the ring while picking the matured herbs. Only after some processing would they be qualified to be used for alchemy. The steps of processing required certain skills, but for Qin Xiang, those didn't actually matter because Su Meiyao has already taught him those things. Su Meiyao, with a sweet voice, said, "The soonest you will be able to begin is around 1.5 years. What? I only have 1 more month before the compet. 1. Tie in with that Yao family genius. Qin replied, shocked. Bai Yu spoke coldly. What an idiot. Why do you want to compete with him in alchemy? With your strength, you can easily slaughter him. The corner of Chen Xiang's mouth twitched slightly. If he slaughtered the Yao family genius, then the Yao family and the Qin family will certainly go to war, requiring his father or even the family elders to step in. It would be very troublesome. He starts to process the spirit herbs and then place them inside the furnace. After this, each and every step must be performed extremely precisely. The basic steps of alchemy include pouring the true qi inside the alchemical furnace, baking the spirit herbs, waiting for the spirit herbs to start emitting unique spirit qis, controlling those various spirit qis and mixing them with dried up spirit herbs, gathering them together in one place, and then congealing them into a dan. Qin Xiang placed both his hands on the two separate mouths of the furnace and then poured his flames inside it, while at the same time inspecting the internal situation of the furnace with his spiritual power. Chapter 008 Successful Dan Refinement. Chapter 008 Successful Dan Refinement. The flame was poured into the alchemical furnace, backing the spirit herbs inside and drying them out. There was some residue spirit qi left inside the dried spirit herbs, so his first attempt ended in failure. Nevertheless, Qin Xiang was not discouraged by this, because he had learned a few things. He learned how formidable his flames were, and that he needed to increase his control over said flames. Qin Xiang picked up the next set of herbs. This time, he made sure to pay special attention to his control in order to manipulate the flames correctly. He carefully baked the spirit herbs inside the furnace, but it once again resulted in a failure. After experiencing failure 3 times in a row, Qin Xiang had started to build up some experience. His knowledge regarding the control of flame had increased during each previous attempt. On the 4th try, Qin Xiang was finally successful in extracting out all the spirit qi. Now he could enter the next phase of alchemy. While injecting his spiritual power into the alchemical furnace, he took a peek inside. Qin Xiang saw the various colors of different spirit qi being emitted by the spirit herbs. Now he started to manipulate these spirit qi, rotating them to form a rainbow whirlpool. The already dried spirit herbs slowly disintegrated into gray ash. After they had completely transformed, Qin Xiang manipulated the spirit qi emitted from these spirit herbs and combined it with the herbal powder. Qin Xiang was now in the 5th level of the mortal martial realm. He had a good amount of spiritual power, yet he was already nearing his limit. This was mainly because he divided the rainbow whirlpool of herbal spirit qi into 5 mini whirlpools while trying to fuse those with 5 equal portions of herbal powder at the same time. He was trying to refine 5 dan at once. While forming the 5 whirlpools, Qin Xiang's brows started to wrinkle, and he was sweating profusely from his forehead. Not only did he need to use true qi to form his flames, but he also had to control the formed flames while, at the same time, also trying to congeal the dawn, which forced him to consume vast amounts of spiritual power. This had better be successful. Qin Xiang shouted in his heart. The 5 herbal spirit qi whirlpools were revolving rapidly and even began the process of fusing together. He now only needed to drop in the right amount of water and let the 2 successfully congeal into 5 dan. Qin Xiang was continuously sweating from his forehead and looked very tired. But he still continued to release the true qi flames and spiritual power. He had used up almost all of his true qi / I finally succeeded. Plus I ended up spending all day to refine these 5 dan. Alchemy really needs a lot of time. Qin Xiang said with a sigh. Qin Xiang opened the alchemical furnace, looking at the 5 snow-white, quenching body dan within the dissipating mist, and he could not help but grin. He had eaten a quenching body dan before, but the quality of those dan was not even close to these. If those old alchemists came to know about him successful refining the quenching body dan in a day, they would certainly die with shame. Many alchemists took 3 to 5 years to successfully refine a dan for the first time. Even the most talented alchemists would still need a year and a half, and moreover, they were only able to refine one dan at a time. But Chun Xiang, in his first attempt, successfully refined 5 dan. So if those old alchemists found out, then they would probably die from the shock of it. Not to mention those old alchemists, even the sisters Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu, were scared by Chun Xiang's inherent talent in alchemy. They inspected the dan with their own delicate hands, and their facial expression became filled with shock. Haha, Sister Meiyao, before you said I would have to wait for a year and a half to actually successful refine a dan. But I successful refined them in a single day. Now you can give me a reward. Qin Xiang started laughing proudly. Su Meiyao was also very happy. With a charming voice asked, "Then, young Master Qin, how can us sisters reward you?" Qin Xiang, with both hands hugging his chest, smiled and said, "How about a kiss?" "On the cheek, of course. Dream on, brat." Bai Yuyu coldly said, then returned inside the ring. Su Meiyao, while trying to contain her laughter, arrived near Qin Xiang and gave him a kiss on his cheek with her soft lips. "My dear brother, you have only succeeded through hard work. You should not be too proud." Qin Xiang was only kidding and did not expect this beautiful girl to actually give him a kiss. Su Meiyao watched the stupefied Qin Xiang and laughed while covering her mouth, then returned to the ring. Qin Xiang took a deep breath while smelling the residual fragrance left by her. Calming his heartbeat down, he whispered, "She really is a dangerous woman. I, unexpectedly, got caught up in her pace and was charmed." He touched the invisible ring on his hand as if caressing a lover's face. In order to allow the fairies inside his ring to restore their strength as soon as possible, he motivated himself. A quenching body dan is sold for 700 spirit coins, and Chun Xiang refined 5 dan, so he can sell them for 3,500 spirit coins. He earned big time, and not to mention that he still has a set of herbs left to refine. So if he succeeded again, then another profit of 3,500 spirit coins could be made. Qin Xiang read in a book some time ago that you can refine up to 5 quenching body dan from one set of herbs. So his target had always been to refine 5 dan in one go, but he did not know that refining 5 dan at once can only be possible in a situation when the herbs are used to their utmost efficiency. Only high-level alchemists with better understandings can solidify dan in that way, and the timing was also most important. To control spiritual power and flames at a micro level, one must take notice of the subtle changes taking place inside the alchemical furnace, or otherwise they will fall short. The quenching body dan provides great help when refining the body, but they are limited to martial artists at the 3rd level or lower of the mortal martial realm. And as Qin Xiang was now at the 5th level of mortal martial realm, the quenching body dan would not be of much help, but it could still help him in restoring his true qi quickly. Qin Xiang ate 1 dan, and more than half of the true qi within his body was restored. He decided to take the remaining 4 dan to Qin Tianhu for tasting. "The flavor is good, but I just ate 700 spirit coins." Qin Xiang, with some sorrow, went to his father's library. It was already late night, but Qin Tianhu was not sleeping. Still thinking about some things regarding the martial arts in the library, this was a habit of his. "Xiang heir, what problem have you encountered for you to come find me at such a late hour?" Qin Tianhu smelled the fragrance of herbs coming from Qin Xiang's body and immediately frowned. Qin Xiang, with a grin, said, "I want father to taste the very first dan which I have refined." "What?" Qin Tianhu fiercely stood up with his eyes wide open and his face filled with disbelief. He originally thought it would take Qin Xiang 8 to 10 years before he can successfully refine some dan, but did not expect that it just take him a day. A single F*** ***** King Day. Qin Xiang gave Qin Tianhu 4 snow white quenching body dan. Qin Tianhu's mouth stayed open with shock while looking at the 4 snow white dan with disbelief. "Still hot." Qin Tianhu's mind went blank from shock, because he did not believe his son would actually comprehend alchemy in a single day. Is he a genius that was born once in 1,000 years? These type of geniuses, although are respected by various forces, but they are also envied by many, and if there were people who wanted to recruit them, then there obviously will be people who will want to assassinate them. Chen Tianhu took a deep breath, calming down his heart, which was filled with excitement, and said, "The quality is much better when compared to the Spirit Dan Hall, so it'll at least be sold for 800 spirit coins. I will take these 4 Dan and help you in selling them and buying some spirit herb seedlings." For Chen Xiang, able to accelerate the growth of spirit herbs and then refine them into Dan in a matter of few days, Chen Tianhu knew that his son will become a grandmaster level alchemist in the not-so-distant future. You cannot rush these things. First, thoroughly refine mortal-level low-grade Dan, and when you get the hang of it, then move on to the higher-level ones. Chen Xiang nodded his head, and he returned to his courtyard to rest, waiting till his spiritual power is restored. Then he once again started refining the last set of herbs. The next day, Chen Xiang woke up early, thinking about refining the quenching body Dan. He was somewhat excited, and after successfully refining it once, this time, it was just simply following the previous steps. He arrived at the last stage of congealing the Dan with ease. Within the alchemical furnace, there were 5 groups of herbal powder and herbal spirit qi, fusing them together into a sludge. Chen Xiang was relaxed this time, not like the previous attempt, where he consumed most of his true qi and spiritual power. Successful. Chen Xiang sighed with relief, opening the lid of the furnace, and he saw 5 quenching body Dan. It only took him 2 hours to refine the Dan this time around. In the following days, Chen Xiang accelerated the growth of many spirit herbs, then refined them into Dan. Not only was he refining quenching body Dan, but he also refined many other low-grade mortal-level Dan that have many practical uses, such as restoring Qi Dan, golden healing essence, dispelling poison Dan, congealing Qi Dan, and others. Although at the beginning, each time he would have some failures, but as he got familiar with the nature of the spirit herbs and got better in controlling his flames, while also getting several tips, he naturally got better at refining Dan. Su Meiyao, this mysterious girl's alchemy technique, was very brilliant, and previously he didn't believe this stunning, charming girl even knew alchemy, because in his knowledge, alchemists were either bald or white-haired old men. Chen Xiang did not get tired these past few days, and practicing alchemy didn't even affect his qi practice. He was also practicing the dragon saliva exercise in the evenings to create azure dewdrops, which were able to accelerate the growth of spirit herbs. Once again, a month went by, and in this month, Chen Xiang became skilled in refining low-grade mortal-level Dan. Chapter 9. Patriarch Selection Meeting. Chapter 9. Patriarch Selection Meeting today. Chen Xiang did not go to accelerate the growth of the spirit herbs. Early in the morning, he instead went to a huge field located in the middle of the Chen family villa, because today was the day to finalize the position of the new patriarch. The Chen family patriarch position had been empty for 3 months, causing the Qin family to be somewhat chaotic. The huge field of the Chen family villa was covered with bricks, and many important children of the whole Qin family were standing there, which roughly amounted to 300 of the Qin family's elite juniors. Everyone from Chen family encircled the field, and a large area in the middle was left empty, where 5 middle-aged men stood, of which one was Chen Tianhu. Chen Xiang was also present among the crowds, watching everything with joy, and was ready to jump in any time to help his father compete for the patriarch position. One middle-aged man with thick eyebrow, big eyes, gray hair, said while sneering, "Chen Tianhu, you know we have one very important condition for the Chen family patriarch position." The middle-aged fellow's name was Qin Haohai, and he was a branch commander of the Qin family. He was also older than Chen Tianhu and was at the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. This branch of the Qin family was also quite strong, so he thought he had the qualifications to become the Chen family patriarch. In seniority, Chen Xiang needed to call him uncle. Chun Tianhu's eyes, which were filled with rage, stared at Chun Haohai, and he coldly said, "Of course I know relatives of the patriarch should have good potential, in order to avoid misappropriation of public resources to waste on their family members." Chun Xiang's mother had already said away, and since Chun Xiang was sensible, he never asked about how she said away, so Chun Tianhu was the only close relative of Chun Xiang. Huh. But your son doesn't have any spiritual veins, so if you get the patriarch position, you will certainly spend a lot of valuable pills on him. Everybody knows all these years you have purchased many spirit, herbs, and pills and used it on him. Are you not going to help your son again? Chun Haohai, while laughing, said, "Everyone knows he is a waste who can never advance." Chun Tianhu naturally knew that his son was a genius among his peers, but he just wanted to hide his strength and not expose it. Otherwise it would lead to trouble. "My son can release true chi fire. He has the potential to become alchemist, who says he is useless. The Chun family elders will probably have other opinions." Chun Tianhu said while sneering. At this time, everyone started discussing. Chun Xiang refusing the offer to become Spirit Dan Hall's master's apprentice was already spread all over in Wohu City. Although Chun Xiang did not have a spiritual vein, but he can still release true chi flame, so he has the opportunity to become an alchemist. Chun Haohai snorted and said in a cold manner, but he refused to become Spirit Dan Hall's master's apprentice. He doesn't even have a teacher, so he will have a hard time becoming an alchemist. At this point, Chun Xiang's calm and steady voice was heard by everybody. "I am now able to refine the low-grade, mortal-level, quenching body Dan." Hearing Chun Xiang words, everyone stared blankly, and Chun Haohai started laughing. "Huang Ko Shao you're only 16 years old and can already refine a pill. Do not think lying will provide any help to your father in competing for the position of the patriarch. Also, lying before an elder can lead to you having some severe punishments." TLN. Huang Ko Shao is a Chinese proverb. I couldn't find any similar proverb in English. It is used to ridicule someone younger of age. If you can think of something, please comment. You think you're the Yao family genius? People of the Yao family belong to one of the pill-making aristocratic families. They have vigorous heritage. Chun Xiang walked from inside the crowd, and with a steady gaze and calm complexion, he put forward an alchemy furnace, looked at the sneering Chun Haohai and said, "Do you dare to bet with me? I can refine the quenching body Dan in one try. If I succeed, how about you kowtow to apologize to me in front of everyone?" Chun Haohai started laughing again, and everyone else became stunned. They did not even think that Chun Xiang could be this presumptuous in front of an elder. Chun Haohai became angry because of Chun Xiang's attitude. Not only was Chun Xiang much younger than him, and he was also defying him in front of everybody. Chun Tianhu fully supported his son's actions, and at this moment he felt proud with his son's response. Chun Haohai's face was full of anger, and he heavily said, "What did you say?" In between conversation, true chi rushed toward Chun Xiang, but it was actually dispersed by Chun Tianhu. Chun Xiang's both eyes stared at Chun Haohai, and enhancing his sound, he said, "I want you to bet with me if I could refine quenching body Dan in one attempt, and if I am successful, then you will kowtow in front of everyone and apologize to me." Chun Xiang repeated it with a serious face, making sure that body thought of it as a joke. Moreover, his expression was also full of the arrogance. Can a teenager face an elder like this? Not many within the Qin family would even dare to think of doing something like this. Chun Haohai was trembling with anger because he saw Chun Xiang ask with a serious look, and he did not dare to comply immediately, but everybody around was waiting for an answer. Chun Xiang was watching Chun Haohai intently while continuing, "You slander me in public by declaring me as a useless waste, and now I want to prove myself, while simultaneously making you apologize to me. As a senior, you're still refusing to bet with me?" Chun Haohai wanted to beat the P out of this little brat, but he actually did not dare. After all, killing a child of the Qin family was a very serious matter. An old man said, Since it is like that, Chen Haohai, you bet with him. But a kowtow apology is exempted. After all, it was simply some angry words of a little brat. If he can refine a pill in a single attempt, Chen Haohai, you must give appropriate compensation. I agree if my son loses. I will not fight for the patriarch position, Qin Tianhu said, then nodded his head towards Qin Xiang. Qin Tianhu's words caused an uproar. Chen Haohai, while snorting, said, Okay, I will bet if I lose, then I will give him my 1,000-year-old blood spirit, GRA. SS. 1,000-year-old blood spirit, GRA. SS. Everyone together shouted in a low voice. How could they not be surprised? The blood spirit, GRA. S grown for 1,000 years was a very expensive and profound level low-grade spirit herb. Qin Xiang, if you start the alchemy now, about how long will you need? That old man asked. He was a Chun family elder and carried a certain prestige. According to everyone's understanding, refining a mortal level low-grade pill will at least take half a day, and the fastest it will take is 2 or 3 hours. But it was now being refined by a 16-year-old teenager. Quickly, we do not need to delay much time. In between conversation, Chen Xiang sat down cross-legged, and that elder and Chen Haohai came to check the alchemy furnace to prevent Chen Xiang from cheating. Inferior alchemy furnace. It seems, Chen Tianhu, that you are very poor. Chen Haohai started sneering, as everyone knew that all of Chen Tianhu's money was spent on Qin Xiang. Chen Xiang finished removing the herbs from his storage pouch, reorganized and inspected them. While pouring his warm, true qi flame inside the furnace, he put all the herbs inside, and his every move was very meticulous. But that true qi flame also made everyone slightly surprised. Although many people can release flames to attack, but they could only do so through some martial skill, and those flames can only be released for the purpose of attacking. In simple words, they cannot control the flames as freely as Chen Xiang, and only if they practiced fire control type exercises could they do so. But these exercises were very rare and difficult to practice. Chen Xiang continuously poured the flame inside the alchemy furnace, and at this time, from within the alchemy furnace, the smell of some herbal aroma leaked out. 1 hour had passed, and everyone saw with closed eyes that Chen Xiang's eyebrows suddenly started twitching. Onlookers knew he was in the most crucial phase, and Chen Haohai, who is also watching this, starts sweating. He was worried that he would have to give up a 1,000-year blood spirit, GRA. SS if he lost. Everyone saw smoke drifting out from inside alchemy furnace. And at this time, Qin Xiang also opened his eyes and with a happy expression stood up and said, Please inspect it. What, completed in 1 hour? Everyone's expressions were full of questions. That elder started to inspect first. Although he does not know much about alchemy, he was fully aware of the alchemic process, and he had been carefully watching Chen Xiang, knowing that Chen Xiang followed the basic steps of alchemy. Although he was not clear about the situation inside the alchemy furnace, he was able to sense the heat in the furnace constantly changing, and these changes were very subtle. Opening the lid of furnace, everyone smelt the faint herbal aroma, and they were truly familiar with this aroma. Moreover, they also witnessed the refining process, and when they saw the elder taking out 5 snow-white pills, everyone could not help but exclaim, Chapter 10, I'll fight. Chapter 010, I'll fight this. Was I mistaken? He is only 16 years old and is already able to refine the quenching body pill. He is extremely talented. A man shouted with shock. It looks like the quality of this quenching body pill is much better than what we usually use. I did not think that Qin Xiang would be so secretive. He has been hiding his strength and biding his time. Just his alchemy techniques alone make him much more valuable than those geniuses with high-grade spiritual veins. Another man exclaimed. All of the Qin family's core members gathered in this field now sighed with jealousy and envy. Qin Haohai was shocked, sad and angry, all at the same time. His complexion turned very ugly. The obvious reason being that he had just lost 1,000-year blood spirit GRA-SS. If it were to be taken to the auction house, it would have been sold for an extremely high price. The Chun family's elder had trembling hands. Both of his eyes were wide open while staring at the snow-white pills in his palm. My Chun family finally has an alchemist. The Chun family finally had an alchemist on their side. These simple words set the blood of every single Chun family member boil. One had to know that the Chun family did not have an alchemist, so they had to spend large amounts of resources to buy pills that were made by others. This caused them to be ridiculed by some of the fierce martial pract. Tioniers that belonged to the other aristocratic families, but now the Chun family also had an alchemist. Not to mention, this boy was so young. Sooner or later, he was bound to become a grandmaster-level alchemist. Qin Haohai, you bet with my son willingly. Now you should admit and accept your defeat. Qin Tianhu said with a laugh. Humph. Qin Haohai was jealous, but also very sad. He reluctantly took out the 1,000-year blood spirit GRA-S and handed it over to Qin Xiang. Now body in the entire Qin family would even dare to look down on Qin Xiang. After all, he was now a 16-year-old alchemist. Many of the girls from the branch families even started to throw coquettish looks towards Qin Xiang in an attempt to reel him in. Many of the young boys from the Chun family glared at Qin Xiang with fire in their eyes. They were jealous to the point of death. Qin Xiang completely turned a blind eye towards their reactions, as he remembered many of these people ridiculing him before. Even if your son is an alchemist, you still have to fight for the patriarch position. Qin Haohai retorted. Two other middle-aged men that were previously competing with Chan Tianhu for the patriarch position announced their withdrawal. They were able to tell that Qin Xiang was only 16 years old, yet he was already able to refine a mortal-level low-grade Dan. It could be said that his future was immeasurable and potentially boundless. Not offending such a person would be the most sensible approach. Other than Chan Haohai and Chen Tianhu, there was just one other person remaining in the compet. One, tie-in for the Tli of Patriarch. Qin Haohai said, Chen Tianhu, now you just have to fight against us two brothers. If you win, then naturally the position of Patriarch will be yours. Chen Tianhu, while squinting his eyes, said, This is what you are saying. Well then, will the two of you come together or one by one? Even though Chen Tianhu was outnumbered, his speech did not show any signs of weakness, but instead displayed his strong character. Chen Tianhu was indeed someone capable of making others submit before him. Of course it will be one-on-one. We brothers would not want anyone to think we are bullies, now would we? Hearing Chen Haohai, the crowd retreated a few steps back, giving the three of them more SPAC. The shock waves emitted by a battle between two pract. 1. Tioniers at the 7th level of the mortal martial realm alone were extremely frightening. Everyone retreated away from the edges of the field. Both Chen Tianhu and Chen Haohai simultaneously moved using their fastest speeds, both of their palms striking the other. Their palms closely stuck to each other, while they started contesting using their true qi. Qin Haohai's whole body was covered with scorching hot true qi, while there was no movement from Qin Tianhu. But the hideous blue veins that were filled with true qi was appearing on Qin Tianhu. Both of them are still stuck closely together, while looking at each other with serious expressions. Suddenly the whole field started to shake and tremble. The ground beneath them began to crack, and waves of air currents were violently blowing sand and dust in all 4 directions. Qin Tianhu violently roared, and with it the shaking disappeared and the fierce air current also stopped. Qin Haohai was blown backwards while coughing up large amounts of blood, while Chen Tianhu also retreated few steps. Falling on the ground, Chen Haohai struggled to get up on his feet. He knew that he had just lost, but there was a trace of a proud smile on his face. This contest Chen Tianhu had won, but his complexion became pale. Chen Haohai, while laughing, said, "Although you have won the battle, but you will lose this war. In your current state, even a 6th-level mortal martial realm martial pract 1 Tionier can easily defeat you." While laughing, he also coughed up a lot of blood, as it could be seen that he had suffered some heavy internal injuries. "You are also in the 8th level of the mortal martial realm." Chen Tianhu asked while covering his abdomen with one hand. He did not think that Chen Haohai would unexpectedly step into the 8th level of mortal martial realm. "Are you not same?" Chen Haohai sneered. Both Chen Haohai and Chen Tianhu were actually 8th level mortal martial realm martial pract 1 Tioniers, and this made everyone shocked. Everyone could see that Chen Haohai did not even hesitate to severely injure Chen Tianhu. Chen Tianhu still had another fight left, and his opponent was Chen Haohai's younger brother. Chun Xiang swiftly moved past, supporting Chen Tianhu, who was almost about to fall. "Dad, how are you?" While asking, Chen Xiang put his hand on Chen Tianhu's abdomen and poured a pure with true qi into his father body. Sensing the vigorous with true qi gus, H.I. plusing inside his body, Chen Tianhu shuddered, looked at Chen Xiang with a shocked expression, but soon calmed down. "I suffered some serious internal injuries. Chen Haohai did not hesitate to seriously injure me. So do not waste your true qi." Chen Tianhu was excited in his heart because he felt his son's true qi was quite vigorous, and its strength was far more than what he had expected. Chun Xiang's heart became very heavy after listening to Chen Tianhu. If his father lost the battle, then it would become a hopeless situation. "Start the second battle. Do not waste time needlessly," Chen Haohai said with a weak voice and a pale complexion, but he was very excited inside. He could already see the scene of his brother defeating Chen Tianhu. Chen Xiang, while watching Chen Haohai intensely with a sharp aura flash, H.I. plusing in his eyes, said, "I'll fight." Chen Xiang unexpectedly wanted to fight in place of his father, and this made everyone quite surprised. They knew Chen Xiang did not have any spiritual veins, and therefore was not very strong. However, he could still release true qi flames, and already had a profound level of control over them. But he cannot recover the true qi in such a short amount of time. Chen Xiang wasn't also going to be facing an ordinary person, and his opponent was a pract 1 Tionier with the strength at the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. Everyone mostly thought that in order to make his father the patriarch, Chen Xiang made an idiotic decision. Chen Tianhu was also very surprised by Chen Xiang, but when he saw Chen Xiang's gaze full of confidence, his worries disappeared. Moreover, he was now seriously injured, so if he fights in his current condition, then he will surely lose. Not to mention that his injuries will surely become worse. A teenager came forth with a contemptuous laugh. "You do not have a spiritual vein, and you want to enter the dispute for the patriarch's position? By just refining some low-leveled pills, you think you have enough strength. I alone can easily put you down. Plus, I recently entered the 5th level of the mortal martial realm." This teenager was Chen Zhenhua, and he had some conflict with Chen Xiang in the Spirit Dan Hall and was Chen Haohai's son. Entering into the 5th level of the mortal martial realm at this age also made him a rare genius, and thus justifies his arrogance. "Chen Zhenhua, if I win against you, what will happen then?" Chen Xiang said with a dull tone. His expression was very calm, not like a hot-headed person. Chapter 11. Divine Exercise Strength Revealed. Chapter 11. Divine Exercise Strength Revealed. Chen Tianhu felt that Chen Xiang's true qi was unusually strong, but he also had quite a unique breath, the likes of which he had never seen before. He gave this matter some serious consideration, then said, "Let my son represent me in this battle. If he were to lose, then the patriarch's position will belong to your brother. Moreover, he will also return that 1,000-year blood, spirit, GRA, back to you." Chen Tianhu's proposal meant that he believed Chen Xiang had a chance of winning, which made Qin Xiang feel no small pressure in his heart. He turned around, looked at Chen Tianhu, and saw Chen Tianhu showing a trace of warmth in his smile while nodding his heart. "Well then, allow me to come and settle this matter with my own 2 hands." Qin Zhenhua came from the crowd to the center of the field while his face was full of contempt and his pair of eyes, which were looking at Qin Xiang, were filled with pride. At such a young age, he had already entered the 5th level of mortal martial realm. Qin Zhenhua ignored Qin Xiang's young alchemist achievement while showing an arrogant approach. Seeing this, many elders of the Chen family inwardly shook their heads, because they all know one alchemist has the potential to raise many powerful martial artists. The seriously injured Chen Haohai, with a sneer, said, "Young men sure are filled with youthful energy. If in the process of fighting, what will happen if someone were to die? Accidentally killing Chen family's talented alchemist. I will be scolded to death by those old fellows." Chen Tianhu did not speak. He was seriously contemplating this. Chen Haohai, slightly smiling, "If you are determined to make your alchemist son go to battle, and if by chance some mishap happened in the middle of fight, everybody can only wonder that he had half-baked skills. Rest assured, if I was injured or killed, it will be my own responsibility." Qin Xiang said he knows if his father could not become the patriarch, even though his son is an alchemist, he still will be vigorously suppressed by Qin Haohai, because in the eyes of Qin Haohai he is a big threat. Everybody clearly heard this is what he said. "Since it is this way, then let him first contest with my son, and if he wins against my son, it will be clear that he has the qualification to battle with my younger brother." Qin Haohai's face was filled with a happy expression, because he concluded Qin Xiang was not that strong. Even if he was able to win against his own son, it was impossible to win against his brother. After all, his brother was in the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. Not only would he become the Chen family patriarch, but also be able to recapture the 1,000-year blood spirit GRA. Qin Zhenhua, after getting his father's permission, with face full of contempt said, "If you get seriously injured due to my carelessness, you cannot blame me. Who told you to bite more than you can chew?" Qin Xiang, with an expressionless face, turned towards Qin Haohai and asked, "If I win, I can fight instead of my father, right?" "Ha ha ha." Qin Haohai laughed. "Yes, but you have to win first." The people who were supporting Qin Haohai began to laugh. Chen Zhenhua, while performing the kung fu courtesy of covering one's fist, with a sneer said, "I will not be lenient. Kung fu courtesy of covering one's fist, start!" shouted Qin Tianhu with an imposing look. As soon as the word left Chen Tianhu's mouth, Qin Zhenhua quickly jumped and rushed towards Qin Xiang. His movements were gentle and elegant, and his hands were held high facing the sky. But just a moment later, a fierce wind surged forth and a golden aura began circulating around his hands, and it instantly formed into a giant golden axe. The Chen family's high-grade spirit level martial skill, the Heavenly Sun Axe Strike. It can transform one's true qi into a weapon with a strong offensive power, a person exclaimed, and a high-grade spirit level martial skill was difficult to learn, but its power was huge. Qin Xiang stood there motionlessly, just staring at the incoming axe. When everyone was thinking that he was scared due to fierce metal true qi, and seeing that true qi transform into a golden axe that was about to smash his head, fierce qi surged out from within Qin Xiang, and he opened his mouth and emitted a thunderous roar. Similar to that of a dragon, it made everyone's eardrum tingle. The most shocking thing was that what came out of Qin Xiang's mouth was a large amount of azure-colored true qi, flying towards Qin Zhenhua and inundating him. The true qi transformed into an azure dragon, the kind of diffusing vicissitudes of an ancient dragon and shocking everyone around. It could be seen that this true qi was very strong and couldn't be practiced out from an ordinary sutra. When Qin Xiang emitted the dragon roar, everyone present near the field became transfixed. They watched Qin Xiang with a face full of surprise, and if they had not witnessed Qin Xiang emitting this tyrannical true qi, they wouldn't have believed it. Chen Tianhu saw how amazing his son is, and it made him extremely proud, excited, and slightly agitated. The complexion of Chen Haohai and his followers became extremely ugly, as they were well aware of how frightening that true qi was. Qun Xiang's azure dragon roar instantly shattered Chen Zhenhua's heavenly sun axe strike, like as if it were GLA. SS. The true qi storm that surged from within his mouth contained a very frightening and destructive power. Qin Zhenhua's entire body was filled with bloodstains. This azure dragon roar was also from the azure dragon divine exercise. The dragon roar produced by Chen Xiang was similar to an original dragon's roar. Its might would devastate both a person's heart and soul. Also from within his mouth a lightning and wind storm burst forth, and the power of the wind was similar to a knife attacking the enemy. It was incomparably overbearing. No one even dared to blink, for the fear of missing something, and Chen Xiang did not disappoint them. Just moments after Chen Xiang's roar, his body flew like that of a dragon, appearing instantly in front of the still dazed and panic-stricken Qin Zhenhua. Qin Xiang's fingers stretched, and an azure aura flashed from his arm, taking the shape of a dragon's claw, strong and vigorous, and surged with extremely tyrannical azure dragon true qi. Just like how an eagle catches a rabbit as quick as lightning, he caught Chen Zhenhua's head and grasped it instantaneously. The claw opened abruptly like a dragon's claw. The claws were as sharp as knives, and the scales were clearly visible. With the sudden appearance of an azure dragon claw covering the head of Chen Zhenhua, a sharp and slaughtering qi burst forth, and everyone's heart shook. They all saw that after Chen Zhenhua's head was covered with the dragon claw, he emitted a pitiful loud scream, and Chen Zhenhua retreated a few steps while vomiting blood. This was the azure dragon claw, the super strong offensive martial technique of the azure dragon divine exercise. Everyone saw Chen Zhenhua's bloodied body, and his face was full of horror. They were having a very hard time believing what just happened. Qin Xiang defeated Chen Zhenhua in a flash, and in such a beautiful way. Bang! Chen Zhenhua fell down, and everyone was shocked. They felt cold in their spine, and only now confirmed what had happened. Abnormally powerful azure, true qi, a strange and frightening martial technique, emitting a tyrannical power, and all of this was all done by Qin Xiang, who did not even have a spiritual vein. Qun Haohai watched his son getting severely wounded, and he could not help but vomit blood. He saw Chen Zhenhua was still breathing and converged his qi with his son. Although Chen Zhenhua was covered with multiple scars, he was not seriously injured, which showed that Chen Xiang was holding back. Qun Haohai looked at Chen Tianhu with a face full of grat. 1. Tude, while Chen Tianhu just smiled at him. This can only be blamed at his half-said skills. It's no wonder he got wounded so easily. Qun Xiang said dismissively. Qun Xiang's expression in his eyes were clear, neither cold nor dull. I can now fight on behalf of my father. Chapter 12. Battle of Great Disparity. Chapter 12. Battle of Great Disparity. Not only was Chen Xiang such a young alchemist, but he had also entered the 5th level of the mortal martial realm. Even with such accomplishments, he had neither shown any arrogance or pride. This subtlety had made the Chen family branch commanders and elders secretly appreciate his behavior. Qin Xiang looked at the middle-aged man standing beside Chen Haohai. He was Chen Haohai's little brother Qin Yihan, a 7th level mortal martial realm pract. 1 Tionier. He was a handsome man with a beard. He gradually walked towards Qin Xiang and had not spoken since the beginning. Chen Xiang was to do battle with him, but he only had the strength of a 5th level mortal martial realm pract. 1 Tionier. No one dared to leave, as such a thing had actually happened in the Chen family patriarch election, and it was something body had expected. Qin Yihan saw his nephew being defeated, but he did not even show a trace of anger, and with a mystical smile he said, No matter how talented you are, you're still going to lose against a 7th level mortal martial realm expert. Qin Yihan had to admit If Chun Xiang were to be given a few years' worth of time, then he would not even stand a chance against him. But that was the future, and presently the chance of him winning was a 100%. Qin Yihan practiced with ice true qi, and in the Qin family, this type of true qi pract. 1. Tionier was special. Out of the Chan family's junior generation, none dared to challenge a senior who was at the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. If they heard someone attempting this before, they would think of it as madness. No one would believe it. But now that all of the Qin family members saw how fierce Chun Xiang's techniques were, their hearts were filled with uncertainty. But most of them still believed that Chun Xiang would lose. After all, not only was there a large gap in age, but also in strength. Not to mention Qin Yihan had practiced many high-grade martial techniques. Even his true qi was much more vigorous and not a single young pract. 1. Tionier had the capability to compete with Qin Yihan. A battle of great disparity, where the gap in power was too large, was about to begin. Everyone was watching quietly as this was the deciding match to determine the next patriarch of the family. Qin Xiang had practiced the Azure Dragon Divine exercise for only 2 months, and he had the Yin and Yang Divine vein. He had spent a large amount of time absorbing the spirit qi between heaven and earth, enhancing the true qi within himself. After all, he was simultaneously cultivating 5 true qi whirlpools that had 5 different kinds of attributes, so his true qi was much more vigorous. Also, between the 5th level true qi realm and the 7th level true aura realm, there was the 6th level divine sense realm. Divine sense was, although the cultivation of your spirit, it could congeal a kind of controlling true qi type spiritual power. This provides major assistance in controlling true qi, and with time, it could also strengthen one's true qi. After having cultivated the divine sense, one can then start cultivating the true qi aura force. Qin Yihan was at the 7th level true aura realm, and he could use his fierce qi aura. It was not something that true qi could match up to, so he had absolute confidence that he would be able to defeat Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang's frightening martial skill could deter everyone, but those who had knowledge regarding true qi could see that Qin Xiang's true qi was very immature, and it could not be compared to qi aura. However, it was still very powerful when compared to others in the same level as him. Qin Yihan gradually moved towards Qin Xiang, and with every step he takes, the temperature dropped rapidly. Freezing cold air was blowing all around, and most people could see that Qin Yihan was on the verge of a breakthrough. The icy true qi of his was extremely strong. Qin Xiang was not too far away from Qin Yihan, and he felt that this kind of freezing cold was most profound. At this time, Qin Yihan congealed out true qi aura, which can only be achieved at 7th level of the mortal martial realm. Qin Xiang used the vermilion bird true qi within his body, which was a fire-attributed true qi. After being affected by the cold qi, Qin Xiang became stimulated. The vermilion bird true qi started rus. Plussing from within his dantian into his numerous bones and 4 limbs. After feeling the comfortable warmth brought out by the vermilion bird true qi, Qin Xiang's body was finally restored from the sudden stiffness. Qin Yihan's sinister laugh resounded throughout the entire area, and suddenly a white, icy qi started overflowing from the center of his palm. The threatening, freezing cold qi aura was clearly discernible and directly rushed towards Qin Xiang's head. Qin Xiang saw that his opponent was making a move, and he slid forward as slippery and flexible as a snake. Sliding quickly to the front while trying to avoid Qin Yihan's attack, he also unexpectedly attacked. Qin Xiang's treading was flexible and mysterious, and both of his hands transformed into dragon claws. Mesmerizing azure dragon true qi overflowed from both of his hands, and this was the same azure dragon claw used to defeat Qin Zhenhua previously. But this time he brought out a dragon claw from both his hands, which caused everyone to hold their breath in antic. 1. P-ation. Humph. Qin Yihan emitted a cold sneer, and two icy chi palms boldly shot towards Chen Xiang's dragon claws. When Qin Yi Han's palms struck Qin Xiang's dragon claws, a cold chi gushed out and Qin Xiang's pair of azure dragon claws suddenly shattered. Qin Xiang's arms were covered with a thick layer of ice, and frosty chi was permeating into his body and causing his entire self to stiffen up. Qin Yi Han smiled coldly, and from his feet frost congealed out and he slightly jumped. He vigorously kicked Qin Xiang's cheek, which flung Qin Xiang 10 feet away. Qin Xiang fell on the ground. His cheek sheared due to the sharp ice and drawing a few scars. The ice which was covering his arms also broke, but both his hands were actually frozen stiff. The Tai Chi diagram from the divine exercise started revolving and absorbing the cold chi flowing inside his body, while allowing the fiery vermilion bird, true chi, to surge into his arms, getting rid of the cold pain. Qin Xiang now only realized that even though he had a divine exercise, the gap between the two of them was still too large, but he had to win. Ha ha ha. I have to acknowledge that out of all the geniuses that have ever been born in the Qin family, you are the greatest one yet, but you and your father are too arrogant. Qin Yi Han, with an evil smile, step by step moved towards Qin Xiang, as he was in no hurry to kill Qin Xiang. He wants to tear Qin Xiang into numerous pieces in front of the Chen family members, to show his strength and deter everyone. Suddenly, Qin Xiang with a flip actually stood up, and everyone thought he was seriously injured from the kick a moment ago, but it looked like nothing had happened to him. Including Chen Yi Han, everyone was surprised. On the sidelines where Chen Tianhu was watching, he let out a sigh of relief while transferring qi to heal himself. Seeing that Qin Xiang had not taken that much damage, Qin Yi Han leaped forward, moving with elegance and gentleness. For everyone present, this agility skill was pleasing to the eye. With Qin Yi Han approaching, Qin Xiang felt that he was inside a world full of ice and snow, and below his feet were covered with a layer of frost. Qin Yi Han leaped, and the freezing cold fist felt like it was strong enough to shake the skies. His fist instantaneously landed on Qin Xiang's chest, and blood started to flow from where he was just struck, but it was immediately covered with frost. It is the profound ice aura energy, a high-grade profound level martial skill. Releasing it can even pierce metal and break stone. Chen Tianhu spoke with a dignified tone. After being hit, Qin Xiang almost simultaneously dodged the incoming flying kick coming from Qin Yi Han, resulting in Qin Yi Han's kick to be covered with a layer of ice when it landed on the ground, and shattering a large amount of bricks, and it also crushed stones from the shock and froze them. Casting Qi Aura has two weaknesses. It consumes true Qi and divine sense quickly, but if he does not use Qi Aura, you will not get injured. Qin Tianhu said. Qin Xiang knew that he could only drag the battle on. Chapter 13. Fusion of the Five Elements. Chapter 13. Fusion of the Five Elements. Well, it's useless. I have a very large amount of true Qi. You probably won't be able to drag it out for long and be the first one to fall. Qin Yi Han objected. He resumed his onslaught against Qin Xiang, delivering countless strikes against him. Even before the flurry of attacks, Qin Xiang was injured. Now that Qin Yi Han continued to keep up the pressure, he was confident that Qin Xing would soon die by his hand. Qin Yi Han blasted fist after fist, continuously attacking with his profound ice aura energy. He also delivered the attacks from a long range away, so that Qin Xiang could not retaliate and only endure. Ha ha ha. Just a moment ago, you kept on proclaiming that you must fight on behalf of your father. But now look, you don't even have the strength to resist. Qin Yi Han emitted a shrill laugh. On Qin Xiang's body, many Y holes were emerging due to the strikes caused by the profound ice aura energy, which burst out from the inside of his skin. Qin Xiang took a deep breath while revolving the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram within his body. With the help of his spiritual power, he controlled the 5 elements of true Qi stored inside his body and proceeded to fuse them together. The 5 elements of true qi started to converge. Right now, the only chance of winning for Qinxiang was to simultaneously use the 5 elements of true qi. However, after the 5 elements of true qi were done fusing together, it would become intrepid and wild. His current meridians would not be able to bear the strain. Fusing together the 5 elements of true qi had never been attempted by anyone before this, mainly because body ever had the opportunity. Qinxiang was the first to embark on this mysterious domain, which could be called pure insanity. If he was unable to control the qi, qigong deviation would occur, and as a result Qinxiang would die. However, he was successful. Although he felt his meridians threatening to rupture, within his dantian, the 5 elements of true qi had actually been perfectly fused together. But it was still much harder to control, and a large amount of true qi was lost from his meridians. Qinxiang knew that he must act quickly before the true qi was exhausted. He needed to use this frightening power to defeat Qin Yihan. A violent aura suddenly exploded from Qinxiang. Qin Yihan's heart could not help but thump, as the true qi that suddenly appeared gave off the impression of an overbearing and tyrannical nature that would not hesitate to destroy anything in its path. Qinxiang's body was in pain due to the impact from the violent true qi, and he could not help but howl in pain. Suddenly, visible oppressive qi waves started to pour out. A howl engulfed everything around them like a sea, as the whole field fiercely shook. All the bricks near Qinxiang started to shatter. Everything in the entire world was constant toot of the 5 elements. By fusing together the 5 elemental forces, it would contain the heaven and universe. At the moment, Qinxiang had fused together the 5 elemental forces and formed the universe's power, the universal true qi. Fall down! From within Qin Yihan's body, an icy qi burst forth. The more he felt threatened by Qinxiang, the more he wanted to end the battle and quickly defeat Qinxiang in order to prevent him from being victorious. Lightning was flash, plusing in Qinxiang's eyes. He moved towards Qin Yihan with large strides, and the soles of his feet were filled with the universal force containing a destructive nature. Each of his steps broke the floor tiles on impact. The momentum from his intense speed was like that of a herd of 10,000 steeds. Profound ice aura energy. Qin Yihan eyebrows twitched as he looked at Qinxiang. Both his fists moved together as 2 more intrepid freezing cold aura energies sprayed a cold qi strike towards Qinxiang. At this moment Qinxiang's mental state was similar to a maniac. In his mind there was only one thought: to defeat Qin Yihan. The 2 profound ice aura energy were able to tear stones apart on impact. Qinxiang roared as he caught the frightening aura energies with both of his palms. A layer of ice momentarily covered his arms, but was broken in just an instant while never stopping his charge. It only took a moment for Qinxiang to arrive in front of Qin Yihan. His pair of fists struck forward, each producing a true qi explosion. This turned out to be the very common, high-grade mortal-level martial skill, Storm-Killing Fist. With each fist, a true qi explosion would be produced, and it was extremely lethal, but in return it consumed a lot of true qi. As each fist moved through the air, thunderous qi waves were emitted. Yet, even with this, Qinxiang's fists were lightning quick. Fist after fist, the waves of blows surged without break, almost as if executing the storm-killing fist did not consume any true qi. Qinxiang had casted this storm-killing fist with universal true qi. This frightening level of power made everyone's heart tremble. This level of attack was actually equal to qi aura. Qin Yihan also had to use qi aura in order to resist Qinxiang's wild, storm-killing fists, which fell towards his body like rain on the ground. As he resisted each blow, his heart could not help but sink. The violent true qi explosion even made him feel fear. If even one fist managed to strike him, getting seriously injured would be unavoidable. Even after a few more breaths of time, Qin Xiang continuously blasted dozens of storm-killing fists. Chen Tianhu's eyes were wide open. His son was actually this incredibly valiant, but he could tell that Qin Xiang's situation was actually not that good. To display power which transcends one's limit was essentially damaging to their own body. Mother asterisk 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 r. Chen Yihan continued to resist those crazy storm-killing fists. He could not help but curse. For everyone else, it was their first time seeing someone using storm-killing fist in such a peculiar manner. It was also the first time they understood that this high-grade, mortal-level martial skill could unexpectedly become this frightening. The universal true qi was intensely draining for Chen Xiang's body. He was regretting in his heart. He felt that if the true qi inside him was consumed and Qin Yihan was still not defeated, then he was doomed. Chen Xiang suddenly opened his mouth and let loose a giant roar. A dragon's roar resounded through the horizon. Qin Xiang ejected a violent, clear, true qi from his mouth, submerging Qin Yihan's figure in one shout. This was the azure dragon roar, but this time colorless universal true qi was surging out. Inside the roar was lighting, flame, water, ice, and various other kinds of attributes. Qin Yihan did not expect Qin Xiang to suddenly cast a large move. He quickly retreated to open up a gap between them while operating his true qi. He started releasing his qi aura to create an ice cover to try and resist this violent true qi attack. Suddenly, in Chen Xiang's hands, appeared a broadsword that was gleaming with a cold light. TLN, broadsword, Qin Xiang's whole body was emitting a violent true qi. He pulled back the blade and, with a yell, poured all of his remaining true qi into the blade. This let loose a burst of glaring azure aura that exuded a sharp dragon roar that cracked stone and penetrated the clouds. The sight was mesmerizing to the hearts and souls of those present. Qin Xiang leapt into the sky. His blade that was boosted with azure light left only a blur to be seen. Slicing the air with irresistible force, the blade hacked towards Qin Yihan's head. No. From the distance, voices resounded. The broadsword had been chopped doorwards with an intent to split Qin Yihan in half, but the blade stopped right next to his neck. Receiving that quick and powerful attack from Qin Xiang, violent true qi surged out in all four directions as everyone stood like a stone carving in situ, blankly staring at Qin Xiang holding that broadsword. Everyone was shocked speechless by Qin Xiang's crazy and overbearing martial might. How was he a waste with no spiritual vein? He is simply a frightening monster. A 16-year-old, yet defeating a 7th-level mortal martial realm pract. 1 Tionier. It was simply a miracle. In addition, Qin Xiang was also an alchemist. Their family gave birth to this type of genius. This fact alone made many of the Chen family members' hearts incomparably excited. Qin Xiang Many people were shouting Qin Xiang's name in unison. Within their hearts, their feelings could not help but give way to newfound pride. Before, everyone thought that Qin Xiang accepting the challenge of the Yao family genius would be similar to fighting a hopeless battle. But looking back on it now, Qin Xiang was completely sure about winning. Chapter 14, Immortal and Devil Pool. Chapter 14, Immortal and Devil Pool, inside the field. Qin Tianhu arrived at the side of the injured Chen Haohai and Qin Yihan. Facing them, he said, "You and I were all competing for the patriarch's position. I did not hope to end it such a way. We are Chen family members, and we should all be united. If you refuse to accept me as your patriarch, you can take your followers and leave the Qin family." Qin Haohai and Qin Yihan both glanced at each other before looking towards Qin Xiang and heaving heavy sighs. Qin Haohai firmly grasped Qin Tianhu's arm. With a heavy tone, he said, "I hope you can lead the Chen family. I, Qin Haohai, have lived as a Qin family member, and even after death I will become a Chen family ghost. I, Qin Haohai, am sincerely convinced by the new patriarch. Qin Haohai and Qin Yihan were not fools. They had gained insight on how frightening Qin Xiang's potential is. If he is cultivated well, soon he will have very good chances to become a fierce alchemist. If you could build a good relation now, you can reap the benefits later. It is not wise to offend a top-level alchemist. Plus, Chen Tianhu was now letting go of all the past enmities, which is a good thing for them. 2 seniors, for the previous offenses, please forgive me. For our Chen family to survive in these lands for many years, we must not have internal strife. Qin Xiang gave his apologies after arriving in front of Qin Haohai and Qin Yihan. Qin Xiang's statements and actions caused many Chen family children and elders to secretly nod in approval. Although at such a young age he had already defeated a formidable elder, he was not proud, but actually very modest. This kind of subtlety is quite rare among many of the Chen family juniors. The Qin brothers were also somewhat ashamed. My dear nephew, first go and recuperate. Dragging the injuries for a long time can be detrimental to future cultivation. Qin Yihan said, while Pa S sings some of his healing dawn. For the elder compet, one Taiyan to reach such a conclusion made the other elders quite satisfied. An elder with a clear and resonant voice said, Ladies and gentlemen, the banquet will take place after 10 days, but I also request for everyone to stay after as well. By that time, many other families will have sent someone to partake. 1 P8. At that point, it would be a good opportunity for you to make friends with the other families. Qin Xian returned to his room. While looking at his scarred body, he could not help but let loose a deep breath. Just before, his fight with Qin Yihan was very dangerous. Yet, at this moment, his mind was excited because, at the 5th level of the mortal martial realm, he has the strength to defeat someone at the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. After giving his all in the previous fight, he also felt like his power level had somewhat increased. He had gained a lot of experience in utilizing qi. No wonder he had heard that in order to become a powerful martial artist, one needed to go through numerous battles. Just as Qin Xiang was about to take the healing pills, 2 auras reflected onto his eyes. He blinked, only to see Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao with straight faces standing right in front of him. You brat! Just a moment ago, you were too rash. What would we do if you had died? We have poured too much effort into your body, shouted Bai Yuyu with a cold expression. Qin Xiang felt a cold chill running down his spine. Su Meiyao stuck her tongue out and said, after considering the circuit, stance, devilish brat, you were somewhat courageous. This time, we will let you off the hook. However, next time you must be cautious. Take off your clothes. I will help you apply the ointments. During Qin Xiang and Qin Yihan's battle, his body was covered in many cuts due to the icy true aura. His body was covered in numerous bloodstains. If it was not specially treated, it would be harder to heal. Thus, Qin Xiang was now lying on his bed enjoying the soft and tender hands of Su Meiyao applying some ointments, which made him feel very comfortable. In accordance with custom, the other families were invited to celebrate the newly elected Chen family patriarch. However, it takes quite some time for the other families to arrive, so the actual celebration is held sometime later. But at this banquet, everyone's attention was on the expected alchemy compet. 1 Tie-in between Qin Xiang and the Yao family genius. Everyone was discussing this coming alchemy compet. 1 Tie-in, so at this time, many people were coming to the banquet. Many came to see the Chen family get humiliated. The Chen family security was very tight, so news of Qin Xiang's recent achievements did not spread. In the morning, a drop of azure essence was spat out by Qin Xiang. This dewdrop was congealed from his use of the dragon saliva exercise. He wants to grasp more alchemy techniques in the upcoming 10 days and wants to try refining a mortal level middle grade pill. At his age, to congeal a mortal level middle grade quenching body dan was enough to be compared with legendary genius alchemists and even transcend many of them. You want to refine mortal level middle grade in this short time? It is somewhat difficult, but I Su Meiyao like to do these kind of challenging things. Su Meiyao's gentle voice transmitted through Qinxiang's mind. Qinxiang, while laughing, said, "Sister Meiyao, then quickly teach me." Su Meiyao, with a soft smile, said, "Don't grin that happily. This will come with a price. Although you are quite skilled in refining mortal level low-grade dawn, and even have a bit of experience in refining middle-grade dawn, your spiritual power is not enough. You need to be at the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. Then, with divine sense, you will become able to accurately manipulate the flames and with enough control, instantly congeal the dawn." Qinxiang, while nodding his head, said, "Well, on the side, I will accelerate the growth of the mortal level middle grade spirit herb, while elevating my power level. I hope to catch up before the day of the alchemy compet." One tie-in. Su Meiyao said, "In order to practice divine sense, you need a large amount of true qi and spiritual power to successfully fuse together into divine sense. There is a certain level of difficulty, but since you practice the Tai Chi divine exercise, this process should be a lot fast. Still, doing it in 10 days is doubtful." Qinxiang let loose a small sigh. He has been too impatient, and this was a big taboo. Well, there is still a way to quickly elevate your strength. Su Meiyao said with a mysterious smile, said, "How?" Qinxiang asked quickly. Suddenly, Bai Yuyu transmits with her ice-cold voice Immortal and Devil Pool. At this moment, Qinxiang remembered that below the Immortal and Devil Cliff, there was a strange pool. When he had fallen down there, he was able to breathe inside it. Moreover, the pool was also SHI plus Ning. But besides that, he did not discover anything special about it. Is that the weird pool at the bottom of the cliff? Qinxiang asked with uncertainty. Yes, you should know we were forced by our personal enemy into that pool. Su Meiyao words made Qinxiang somewhat curious. It turned out these 2 peerless martial arts girls were dropped there. In the end, how is that place mystical? The more Qinxiang thought about it, the more suspicious he got. This was because that Immortal and Devil Cliff was perennially filled with death qi, yet for some reason there was no trace of death qi near that pool. After Qinxiang learned that the Immortal and Devil Pool is out of the ordinary, he immediately mixed dragon saliva into the water, then poured in various spirit, herbs, and flowers. Following that, he greeted his father and quietly left the Chun family villa, taking a trip to the Immortal and Devil Cliff. On the way, he listened to Su Meiyao describing things about the Immortal and Devil Cliff. That place is called the Immortal and Devil Cliff because that place was where immortals and devils are buried. That pool was transformed from the pure energy that was emitted from their corpses. Someone intentionally created that pool, and the death qi near its surroundings are also caused due to the overflow from the immortals and devils' corpses. Su Meiyao said. Qinxiang was horrified. Immortals and devil are legendary beings, and he completely did not expect their corpses to lie there. This also made him incomparably excited. If that pool truly is made up of pure energy, and he managed to obtain it. Chapter 15. Vermilion Bird Fire Wings. Chapter 15. Vermilion Bird Fire Wings. Qinxiang arrived at the Immortal and Devil Cliff. While looking down at the black-colored death qi, he muttered, "In this world, are there really immortals and devils?" Su Meiyao retorted with a soft snort. Of course. Do not think that the true martial realm is the strongest state for martial pract. 1. Tioniers. Above the true martial realm, there are 3 further extreme stages. And then after this, there is the nirvana realm. After a successful nirvana, one will be able to enter the heaven martial realm, reaching a huge spatial world called Heaven Martial World. Do not think about those Civ worlds. The world we are living in is called the Mortal Martial World, and it is also vast. The spirit chi is very thin here, so there are very few ACCU mutilations of demon beasts. Those truly strong martial arts pract. 1. Tioniers travel to places with very rich spirit chi. Their strong martial artists are as plentiful as the clouds, and there are many demon beasts. However, it is also considered very dangerous. If one don't have a certain amount of strength, death is inevitable in that region. It was the first time Qin Xiang had heard about the world of martial arts, and it surprised him. However, it also made him realize just how insignificant he was. Before, he used to think the true martial realm was very powerful, but he never imagined that there were stages above the true martial realm. Brat, this mortal martial world is vast. There are many mainlands besides this one. In some of these mainlands, there are many formidable martial artists, and in this endless world, there are many hidden realms. In these hidden realms, you can find many heavenly forged treasures. While also being very dangerous, as long as you have enough strength, you'll be able to experience the vastness of the whole martial world. Currently, you just have to understand just how tiny and insignificant you are. Bai Yu said coldly. Qin Xiang tightened his fist. This time he had a brief outlook of the world, and only by constantly elevating his strength would it allow him to take foothold in this martial world where the strong are as trees in a forest, STURDY, and unmoving. Qin Xiang jumped down into the abyss. Currently he was in the 5th level of the mortal martial realm, and there was a pool beneath him. Considering his strength, he did not need to waste time to climb down slowly. SBLAs, H. Plus Qin Xiang once again entered the pool with white light emitting from it. Abyssal demon beasts frequently appeared next to the pool, but Qin Xiang did not fret about it because the strength of these infested demon beasts were average, and Qin Xiang's current strength was more than sufficient enough to deal with them. Meiyao sister, how can I use the immortal and devil pool? Qin Xiang asked while churning the strange water with his hands. Excluding the fact that the water was SHI plus Ning, he did not think there was anything strange about this place. Su Meiyao spoke. After the death of the immortals and devils, a great multiple, 1/2 of pure energy flew out of their corpses, but you cannot absorb these energies. After all, it's not your energy. However, you can only use the energy to refine the body and the spirit, but it is a very painful process. Qin Xiang's brow wrinkled. How long should I stay in the immortal and devil pool? Su Meiyao, I don't know. I suppose you can stay until you cannot bear the pain. You just have to jump inside the pool and start operating the Tai Chi divine exercise, while simply trying to guide the energies into your body. Qin Xiang, without any delay, took off his clothes and jumped inside, submerging himself in the pool. He could breathe normally underwater, so he had nothing to worry about. Moreover, this protected him from the attacks of the demon beasts. After submerging himself, Qin Xiang began operating the Tai Chi divine exercise. Suddenly, he felt that his body was being squeezed from all 4 directions by a bizarre power, as if to make his body to squeeze together to form a ball, which made him constantly wary. At the same time, a bizarre kind of energy madly rushed into his body. It continuously bombarded every part of his body as it flowed. He felt as if his body was about to burst. Every bone felt as if small insects were biting them, and it was a feeling worse than death itself. Some blisters were constantly emerging from the immortal and devil pool, and the water also churned continuously. This was all because of Qin Xiang was frantically struggling in the pool from below. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Xiang's body started to float from the pool below. He was lying on the edge of the pool and panting heavily. He said, "How have I not yet entered into the 6th level of mortal martial realm? Do you think you can break through this quickly? You are currently only refining the body so that your whole body becomes more powerful while also elevating your spirit." Su Meiyao's voice transmitted into his mind. Qin Xiang stood up, gripping both his fists, and felt his strong body. Although he had yet to enter into the 6th level of mortal martial realm, a solid foundation was set. How many days was I under? Qin Xiang asked. He had been subjected to unimaginable pain in the immortal and devil pool without any concept of time. Only 5 days, although this immortal and devil pool has little use. It still lets you practice the basics of the immortal devil body, Su Meiyao said. Chun Xiang's heart was secretly shocked about this immortal devil body, and listening to the name he knew it was very formidable. Immortal and Devil Cliff. In the abyss below there was a roaring burst occasionally, as well as a weak surge of strange true qi. The true qi was filled with the sense of an ancient atmosphere of vicissitudes, surging with an inexplicable pressure. That true qi was Chun Xiang releasing his Azure Dragon true qi by practicing the Azure Dragon divine exercise. Chun Xiang did not leave the immortal and devil cliff, but still practiced below with a bare chest. On his iron fist azure, true qi was boldly rising, continuously bombarding the cliff, and broken stones violently flew. Hai's whole body was filled with true qi. He released numerous strikes, making a small cave in the cliff, but his breath, however, remained stable, showing that his true qi and body strength were now much more vigorous. With every fist, true qi would rebound, directly surging from his arm into his head, and sudden spiritual power ACCU. Mulat inside his brain, developing his brain and enhancing his spiritual power. This was one of the methods to practice divine sense. When Chun Xiang was practicing below, the commotion was not small. An originally silent abyss was now rumbling with sounds, resounding throughout the abyss. After 2 days, Chun Xiang felt his true qi was now full, and his spiritual power was much more enhanced. And as long as he opened his soul sea, he could advance to the 6th level of the mortal Macial realm, the divine sense realm. To break through, one needed his spiritual power to be vigorous. TLN, divine sense, can be referred to spirit sense or simply soul. Since spirit is used in many places, I use divine sense and not soul because it felt appropriate, because using divine sense felt better than using soul. Prepare to break through the level 6 threshold. Chun Xiang took a long breath. After 2 days of practice, he could feel how tyrannical his body was, and this was all due to the refinement in the immortal and devil pool. Chun Xiang sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes, and with rapt attention operated the true qi within his body. While releasing his spiritual power, he let the two blend, using spiritual power to sense the soul gate, and using the true qi to break it open. The profound heart law of the Tai Chi divine exercise was directing Chun Xiang's true qi and spiritual power to seek the soul gate hidden inside his soul. Soon, Chun Xiang saw a golden door as if it was right in front of his eyes. Seeing the door meant the divine sense realm was right in front of him, condensed right between the eyebrows and moving with one thought. Azure true qi suddenly transformed into a claw, then into a solemn azure dragon. The true qi that transformed into an azure dragon gave a fierce roar and hit that golden gate. As the azure dragon hit the door, it blew outward with a bang sound. Chun Xiang saw a glaring golden aura. At the same time, he opened his eyes, and a tough true qi flowed in every part of his body, and he couldn't help but yell in surprise. The 5 elements of true qi violently surged out from inside his body, raising the fierce wind and blowing out in all 4 directions. Is this 6th level of the mortal martial realm? Chun Xiang closed his eyes while feeling his internal vigorous and formidable true qi, simultaneously releasing his divine sense, and the slightest sign of trouble all around was within his grasp. Chun Xiang opens his eyes, slightly smiled. This time I can use that trick. Behind his back, a sudden burst of fiery aura could be seen. The flames transformed into a pair of gigantic wings, rising behind his back. A fiery aura burst out with a flash, and heat waves rose, looking like a pair of phoenix wings. Vermilion bird fire wings. Fly. Chun Xiang's laughter came forth as his fire wings fluttered upward, and just within a few blinks of time, his silhouette was gone into the black death qi. This is where the 6th level of mortal martial realm showed its power. By controlling internal true qi with the powerful divine sense to keep it solidified, Chen Xiang's internal true qi could be released outside, to transform into wings and fly into the sky. Chapter 16, Yao Family. Chapter 16. Yao family. Chen Xiang was standing above the immortal and devil cliff. He had put away his vermilion bird fire wings. To transform true qi into wings required a very high-grade technique. He practiced the Tai Chi divine exercise, which, of course, included these types of martial techniques. As Chen Xiang arrived at the top of the immortal and devil cliff, he heard sounds of fighting coming from below. Although the distance was quite far away, he was able to hear it clearly through his divine sense. Chen Xiang immediately started to fly towards it. If it was just an ordinary battle, he wouldn't pay the slightest attention, but the sounds of fighting were deafening and created large impacts. Chen Xiang deduced from this that it was no ordinary martial battle. Chen Xiang flew silently through the air, arriving before a forest clearing. There he saw 2 handsome teenagers against 5 black-robed assailants. The 2 seemed rather frail, but their strength was satisfactory. They were matching the 5 black-robed people's knife techniques, but their true qi was not potent enough. If they continued to delay, they would certainly end up being killed by the 5 black-robed people. It seems to be the Xue family imaginary sword technique, where the aura illuminating from the sword produces illusions, making it difficult to distinguish between opponents. Chen Xiang read various martial art books in his lifetime and could instantly identify the sword style with just a glance. After learning they were Xue family members, Chen Xiang could not idly sit by. After all, Xue Xianxian was his fiancée. Additionally, the Qin and Xue families had close relations. I+P, watch out! Chen Xiang shouted. His body seemed like an azure rainbow as he flew towards the commotion. His hand transformed into a dragon's claw as it headed straight towards the head of a black-robed man. He roared at the same moment as an azure true qi wave gushed out from inside his mouth, covering the black-robed man. Along with the azure dragon roar, Chen Xiang's azure dragon claw grasped the head of the black-robed man. In an instant, the black-robed man's skull shattered into shards of bone and flesh. This sudden scene of insane brute force stunned the remaining 4 black-robed men and the 2 Xue family members. The true qi that was embodied with the majesty of the azure dragon caused their hearts to be shocked from fear. Of course, the most shocking thing to them was the martial technique that they had never seen before. After Chen Xiang broke the skull of the black-robed man, the dragon claw immediately transformed back into a fist, striking towards another black-robed man. In an instant, he struck dozens of times, forming afterimages like the wind. They were sent whistling towards the astonished black-robed man. The blows pounded onto his body, and after the strike, emitted a series of explosions. This was the storm-killing fist. Chen Xiang's true qi was now much more potent, and so casting storm-killing fist was quite simple and easy. He did not have to worry about the consumption of true qi, and each fist's explosive power was phenomenal. It was quite difficult to resist, not to mention the fact that he could instantly use this technique multiple times. With a moment of effort, Chen Xiang had defeated another black-robed man. After that display, the 2 Xue family teenagers finally reacted and continued to attack with their swords. After Chen Xiang had joined the fight, the remaining black-robed men began to retreat after witnessing their 2 defeats. They were soon beaten and seriously injured, and they did not expect this type of result. Thanks a lot for the rescue, esteemed senior brother. One slightly tall teenager said while cupping his fist, "This one is called Little Brother Xueming." Xue Zhilong. The other teenager said while cupping his fist, "Thanks a lot for coming to the rescue, great brother." Although Chen Xiang was only 16 years old, he was very big and tall, so he looked relatively more mature. "No need to be so polite. I am called Chen Xiang. Our Qin and Xue family have had a friends. I plus P for many generations, so this is a must. Qin Xiang also replied with courtesy. This caused Xue Ming and Xue Zhilong's countenance to change. They had not expected their savior to be Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang was quite famous in the Xue family because their beloved daughter of the heavens, Xue Xianxian, was Qin Xiang's fiancée. However, many juniors of the Xue family were not in favor of Qin Xiang because they knew Qin Xiang does not have a martial pract. Tionnier's spiritual vein. They were thus amazed at Qin Xiang's display of strength. Are you really Qin Xiang? Xue Ming found it somewhat hard to believe. Qin Xiang, while nodding and smiling, said, Of course, you too should be here to attend our Qin family's banquet rite. Xue Ming and Xue Zhilong nodded their heads. Although they were uncertain, they did not question Qin Xiang anymore. After all, it would be impolite. This person was their savior. What is the origin of these people? Why were they trying to assassinate you? Qin Xiang looked at the 3 injured, black-robed men on the ground. Xue Ming said, They are killers from an unknown organization. Their strength should be at the 5th level of the mortal martial realm. We met them on the way. Xue Ming and Xue Zhilong beheaded the remaining 3. They did not uncover anything from their possessions, and they also did not intend to interrogate them. Since these sins were specially trained, they would not open their mouth even in death. Great Brother Qin, you should have entered the 6th level of the mortal martial realm. Otherwise, you could not have easily killed those 2 black-robed men. Xue Ming thought about Qin Xiang's sudden rush and how he killed the 2 black-robed men instantly. One could not help but feel chills run down their spine. They respected Qin Xiang because, although they were much older than him, he was still stronger than them. Qin Xiang nodded with a smile. I just broke through. Chen released true qi flames and incinerated the corpses. This made Xue Ming and Xue Zhilong slightly surprised. True qi flames was an alchemical flame. This time, they understood why Qin Xiang had the courage to accept the challenge of the Yao family genius. Xue Zhilong had an ashamed look on his face as he spoke. Great Brother Qin, I really did not think that you had concealed your strength all this time. Before I used to always look down upon you. Please forgive me. Qin Xiang shook his head and said with a smile, No problem, after all. Strength comes first in this world. Right? Is Xianxian coming to attend the banquet? Xue Ming smiled and said, She is the cause of the challenge between you and Yao family genius. How can she not come? No wonder this little girl only has Great Brother Chen in her heart and so much confidence in her choice. Qin Xiang was speechless. He did not think that Xue Xianxian would truly pass on his challenge to the Yao family genius. Initially, he had indeed said it, but he had not thought that it would arrive this quickly. Great Brother Qin, that Yao family genius is very cunning. Although you are strong, the challenge is issued by him, so he will definitely compete in alchemy. His strength is probably also not weak. It has always been a mystery. Xue Ming said. Xue Zhilong nodded and added, I've seen that guy. He is very arrogant. Previously, he was invited to our Xue family, and he was already looking at little sister Xianxian and did not pay any attention to other people. However, his alchemy is splendid. Thus the patriarch and elders endured him. Therefore, they want to match Xianxian and that guy in a marriage. Qin Xiang had already heard about the Yao family genius. He was known to be very arrogant and proud, but many people thought it was natural considering he was one of the youngest alchemists. In front was the hustling and bustling Wohu city. Qin Xiang and Xue Ming noticed in the distance a team of horses gradually moving towards Wohu city. This team of horses and carriages was very grand, a total of 5 luxurious horse carriages, and each was being towed by 8 steeds. But one carriage team had a man riding a horse who looked imposing and cold. His whole face teemed with slaughter qi, and with one look one could easily tell that he was a bodyguard. Yes, Yao family members are really extraordinary. Xiang said as he saw the big Yao symbol on the horse carriage, while those bodyguards' luxurious clothing also had the Yao insignia on it. The Yao family style had always been high profile. You three, quickly report your name. Otherwise, we will deal with you as murderers. Suddenly a fierce shout came from the carriage team. This made Xiang and Xueming unpleased. At that instant, just after their reply, a long two-edged sword came like an arrow out of the blue. On top of it, vigorous true qi was seen, and it was flying precisely towards Xiang. Chapter 17, Martial Arts Sect. Chapter 17. Martial Arts Sect. Xiang quickly took a few steps, his hand similar to a dragon's claw. It shot out like lightning, firmly grasped the flying sword, and suddenly a powerful qi exploded. While blocking the true qi from the sword, Xiang's arm was the only thing that slightly moved. He stood firmly and steadily like a mountain. Xiang coldly said, "I am Xiang, a Chen family member. Who are you? Quickly report your name, or else I will treat you as killers." This declaration made Xueming and Xue Zhilong's hearts tremble. Xiang was clearly being provocative towards the Yao family carriage. It should be known that the Yao family had sent many experts to protect their family genius. Just that flying sword alone was enough to make their guts tighten. If it were them standing there instead of Xiang, they would certainly not be able to block that sword. "Brother Xiang!" During the silence between both sides, a sweet and gentle shout came from inside the carriage. Suddenly a slender silhouette came flying out with staggering speed. Without good eyesight, one simply would not be able to catch the person's appearance. However, Xiang could clearly tell that it was Xue Xianxian. Her qigong had reached a high degree of proficiency. Even Xiang could not help but gasp in surprise. TLN. Qigong, Chinese martial technique for dodging and movement. Xue Xianxian's movement seemed like she was only skimming the ground. In one breath, she treaded 100 feet and arrived in front of Xiang and the others. With a charming smile, she said, "Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, you are also here." Xueming and Xue Zhilong both snorted, as Xueming said, "Little girl, you should not call us like that in front of outsiders. Otherwise, how are we supposed to show our faces in public?" Xue Xianxian stuck her tongue out and then laughed tenderly, revealing 2 little dimples on her sweet and tender cheeks. It was a beautiful and heart-rending expression. Xiang couldn't help but squeeze Xue Xianxian's beautiful face and with a laugh said, "How can you be together with your husband's enemies? Just now I was almost killed by that group of people." Xue Xianxian furrowed her nose, laughing softly. "I know Brother Xiang is very formidable. That sword was thrown by a Yao family elder." Xiang recalled that the previous true qi explosion was indeed quite frightening. Its power was at least in the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. However, he practiced all 5 elements of true qi, so he could easily best it. The Yao family's carriage stopped as several people stepped down from the horse carriage. It seemed like they were waiting for Xiang to step aside. "Brother Xiang, we should move." Xue Xianxian softly said, "No, it is not necessary." Xiang looked coldly at the carriage team while remembering the ruthlessly thrown sword, and in his heart he was furious. That was because if it were an ordinary person, then they would have died unjustly. "Chen family junior, come and salute the Yao family elder." A person waiting near the carriage shouted, "I'm not going to salute someone who just tried to kill me. Furthermore, there is not a single rule in my Qin family which directs me to salute a Yao family elder." Xiang replied coldly. Xueming and Xue Zhiliang suddenly admired Xiang. He dared not only to contradict a Yao family member, but did so in the presence of a Yao family elder. Humph, a good-for-nothing showing arrogance. We will continue on our way. Ironically, a voice full of arrogance was heard. It sounded very weak, yet still reached Xiang's ear, which showed that this man's strength was quite good. After all, They were separated by at least 100 feet. Xue Xianxian's eyebrows wrinkled. While softly snorting, she held onto Qinxiang's arm and whispered, "Don't mind him." Qinxiang sneered. He tightly gripped the sword that was thrown just a moment ago and poured his true qi into it before throwing the sword towards that distant carriage team. Azure true qi enveloped the sword. It flew and pierced the middle carriage wheel while discharging an azure light, which was followed by an explosion that shattered the whole wheel. But since the luxurious carriage had 4 wheels, it remained stable. Xueming, Xue Zhilang, and Xue Xianxian were dumbfounded. They did not expect Qinxiang to repeatedly provoke the Yao family members. They also felt extremely shocked regarding the sword throw from Qinxiang. The formidable strength put into it was actually comparable with the sword that was formerly thrown by the Yao family elder a moment earlier. "Sorry, I just returned the sword, yet no one was there to receive it," Qinxiang faintly said. However, his voice was transmitted in all 4 directions and was filled with provocation. "You're courting death!" Yao Tianhua angrily shouted, yet he did not follow suit. It seemed as if he was being blocked. The carriage team continued onward as if nothing had happened. "My father is still inside the carriage. I have to accompany him. I probably won't have the opportunity to stay beside him in the future," Xue Xianxian said with a distressed tone. Her beautiful face revealed a somewhat anxious expression. Qinxiang caressed her hair while softly speaking. "Go!" Xue Xianxian dashed away. Qinxiang thoughtfully looked at her departing back and asked, "Why would she not have the opportunity to accompany her father in the future?" Xueming spoke with a furrowed brow. "Big Brother Qin, have you heard about those martial art sects inside the Immortal Mountains? This little girl will probably be fancied by those martial art sects and enroll in one of them." The number of powerful martial experts in the sects were as plentiful as the clouds in the sky. Many martial artists aspired their whole life to go there, but the best time to go would be during childhood. If you want to enter those sects, it's best to apply after advancing to the 9th level of the mortal martial realm. Otherwise, you would not be able to properly accompany her. Su Meiyao suddenly said. Qinxiang had a strong desire to enter those sections. After all, once he was there, he would be able to experience the strength of much more formidable martial artists. The spirit qi was also rich there, which would allow him to display the full potential of his yin and yang divine vein. Qinxiang, with Xueming and Xue Zhilang, entered Wohu City. The Xue family had some shops inside, so they turned down Qinxiang's invitation to accompany him into the Chun family villa. The Chun family villa was quite lively inside. There were only 3 days until the banquet. Qinxiang quickly greeted his father before returning to his own residence. "My current cultivation is at the 6th level of the mortal martial realm. I think I can now start to refine middle-grade, mortal-level dawn." Qinxiang looked at the 2 beautiful girls who were drinking fragrant tea. Baiyu said, "Although I am not an alchemist, I know that the materials required to refine mortal-level dawn are very expensive. If you want to refine them, you also need to spend a large amount of spirit coins." Su Meiyao lightly sipped the tea with a smile, saying, "That is not a problem. Don't you have the HELL spirit GRA? S and 1,000-year blood spirit GRA SS? If these 2 spirit herbs were sold, that would be enough for the supply cost." Qinxiang had obviously not forgotten that he had these 2 precious spirit herbs. He smiled and asked elder sisters, "Don't you have any treasuries with you?" "Currently, I do not have unsuitable weapons on me." Su Meiyao sighed. "My magic storage weapon was taken away by the enemy. Fortunately, I was able to conceal 1 storage ring, but it only has some clothes inside, nothing more." While speaking on this matter, Baiyu's elegant and beautiful face was filled with anger as she accidentally crushed the teacup. Qinxiang could easily tell that there was a lot of good things inside that magical storage weapon. You practice the divine exercise of 4 symbols. The most suitable weapons for you to use are the 4 beasts' divine weapons, but these are not easy to find because each one is a divine weapon. Su Meiao's words made Qin Xiang feel slightly excited. Chapter 18. First Confrontation. Chapter 18. First Confrontation. Divine Weapons? Weapons used by G.O.D.S.? Wouldn't it clearly be very powerful? Furthermore, there were even 4 in total. But listening to the previous statements, these 4 beasts' divine weapons were extremely special and even ethereal. Bai Yu said, these 4 beasts' divine weapons were born with the divine exercise of 4 symbols. Our teacher only got the divine exercise of 4 symbols, while the actual divine weapons were lost with no trace. It is said that only someone who practices the divine exercise of 4 symbols can even hope to gain the recognition of the 4 beasts' divine weapons. Su Meiyao spread her hands and said, although I practice the divine exercise of 4 symbols, I have no intention of ever finding those 4 beasts' divine weapons. I'm simply not interested. Qin Xiang and the 2 girls chatted for quite some time. From these discussions, he learned a lot about the world of martial arts. Qin Xiang took 10,000 spirit coins from Chen Tianhu and arrived in a hurry at Spirit Dan Hall. He wanted to seize the time to refine a middle-grade, mortal-level Dan. This was not only to defeat the Yao family genius, but also to help him quickly elevate his strength. What? The price was actually raised by 3-fold. Qin Xiang, standing near the counter, knitted his eyebrows together while looking at the Spirit Dan Hall's lord. The Spirit Dan Hall's lord caressed his beard and said, this is the stated price. If you have any questions, you can ask the owner. Spirit Dan Hall's owner. This was the first time Qin Xiang even heard of someone like him. In the past, was it not what the Hall lord said that counted? Starting today, as long as a Qin family member is the one to buy any dawn, it will be 5 times the price. At this time, an arrogant voice was heard. Qin Xiang knew that this voice belonged to Yao Tianhua. The Spirit Dan Hall was unexpectedly purchased by the Yao family. The Spirit Dan Hall suddenly became quiet. Everyone was silently looking at the teenager who was walking down the stairs. He was quite handsome with fair skin. He wore luxurious golden attire, and behind him were 2 old men with sharp gazes. His pair of eyes were full of pride. Glancing at everyone, his line of sight finally stopped to rest on Qin Xiang. This teenager was the Yao family genius, Yao Tianhua. Inside Wohu City, dawn were only sold at Spirit Dan Hall. They had the final say on their prices. Buying them or not was all up to the individual. Now that Spirit Dan Hall was controlled by the Yao family, the jealousy and hatred of Yao Tianhua seeped towards Qin Xiang and definitely played a part in the new ATTI. 2 towards the Qin family. You are buying the herbs to refine a baptizing marrow Dan. Moreover, the seedlings. What? Are you going to refine them? Yao Tianhu said with a face full of disdain. So what? Could it be in this world you are the only one who can become an alchemist? Qin Xiang sneered. I heard that you can release decent true chi flames, but that doesn't mean you could use them for alchemy is awfully picky when it comes to flames. If a poor ruffian like you could refine pills, then the world would not have so little alchemists. Yao Tianhu sneered in reply. In Qin Xiang's mind flashed one thought. He just thought of an ingenious plan. While laughing, he said, Yao family genius, this poor ruffian does indeed truly understand alchemy. How about we make a bet? Well, 8s, summing you dare to bet with me, that is. Yao Tianhu suddenly laughed. You understand alchemy? You should not be refining dawn through bragging. Good, good, good. What do you want to be? I will accompany you until the end. Looking at the fish that just took the bait, Qin Xiang felt happy in his heart as he took out a blood-red spirit GRA. SS. This spirit GRA. S. S is around the size of a plate and released a bizarre kind of smell. This was the 1,000-year-old blood spirit GRA. S that he won from Qin Haohai. After this blood spirit GRA. S was put forth. Everyone in Spirit Dan Hall could not help but change their expression. Even Yao Tianhua's face was filled with surprise. He was a Yao, family junior, and could with one glance recognize that this blood spirit, GRAS, was at least 1,000 years old. This was a very expensive spirit herb, and as a result had no set market price. I would like to bet this 1,000-year-old blood spirit, GRAS. Can this young master of the Yao family afford to bet with me? Qin Xiang said with a faint smile, "As long as I can refine a pill, I win. Opposingly, if I am not able to refine one, I lose. Simple as that. How is it? Do you dare to bet with me?" Looking at Qin Xiang's appearance, it was as if bringing out the incomparably precious 1,000-year-old spirit, GRAS. Was simply not valuable based on how casually he brought it out. Yao Tianhua had a very arrogant nature, being extremely concerned about face. In any case, he would definitely not reject the bet, but the betting stakes were simply too high this time. Although he was the Yao family genius and carried along a large amount of money, but he was still unable to compare it with this blood spirit, GRAS. Qin Xiang actually carried around 1,000-year blood spirit, GRAS. This made many people hold him in high esteem. No one even dared to have any thought of robbing him. After all, in Wohu City, the Qin family was very respected. Currently, Qin Xiang's father was the Qin family patriarch. Qin Xiang's status could only be imagined by looking at the 1,000-year-old blood spirit, GRAS. After seeing Yao Tianhua's complexion become extremely ugly, Qin Xiang felt good inside his heart. He pointed at the top of a small piece of the 1,000-year-old blood spirit, GRAS, and said, "Young master, Yao has only come to Wohu City for the first time. So you didn't know I was just joking with you. Let's bet this small piece. If I win, you just have to give me 3 sets of mature herbs required to refine a baptizing marrow dan, a fingernail-sized section of that blood spirit, GRAS. Was more than enough to exchange for 3 sets of baptizing marrow dan ingredients. Yao Tianhua's complexion became a lot better as he heaves a heavy sigh of relief in his heart, replying, "No problem, let's begin." After Qin Xiang retrieved the blood spirit, GRAS, he immediately took out his inferior alchemy furnace and let the Spirit Dan Hall's lord examine it. After confirming there was no issues with the furnace, Qin Xiang took out some herbs and began to process them. At this time, everyone was intently watching Qin Xiang. Everyone who came here, more or less, yearned to become an alchemist, and actually witnessing the process of alchemy was a somewhat rare occasion for them. No one was against watching the various processes of alchemy, not to mention if it was a teenager that was the one doing it. True chi flames poured out from Qin Xiang. The Spirit Dan Hall's lord's old face was filled with regret from Qin Xiang's refusal to become his apprentice. Upon seeing the flames, he knew that this was the flame best suited for alchemy. After seeing the flames, Yao Tianhua could not help but frown as his complexion became very grim. He cursed in his heart, "D-A-M-N brat, he has been hiding his abilities well." Watching Qin Xiang's skilled motions and calm look, Yao Tianhu secretly gritted his teeth. He had determined that Qin Xiang had a certain amount of experience in regards to alchemy. Furthermore, it was no worse than his. Qin Xiang was definitely the most adept in refining a quenching body dan. This pill was not only easy to refine, but required very little herbs. If one also had good control of their flames, they could refine many pills at once. When the crowd witnessed the relaxed expression on Qin Xiang's face, they were amazed. They had never seen someone refining dawn so leisurely before. Unknowingly, an hour said by. After watching Qin Xiang's slightly serious complexion vanish, everyone knew that Qin Xiang had said the most crucial step of refinement. Done! Qin Xiang opened the lid of his alchemy furnace. Overflowing herbal fragrance drifted inside the hall. Everyone came and crowded around the furnace, while staring inside, they all saw white mist slowly winding around 5 snow-white pills. The crowd sucked in a deep breath. Chun Xiang had actually refined the quenching body Dan. The spirit Dan Hall's lord's face froze. Seeing those 5 quenching body dawn in front of him was hard to believe. He was also an alchemist, so he was able to clearly distinguish the quality of these quenching body dawn from their color and aroma. Yet, because it was of a superior quality and refined in only a short period of time, furthermore from this inferior quality alchemy furnace, most people could not accept the fact that this was refined by a 16-year-old. Chapter 19. Baptizing Marrow Dan. Chapter 19. Baptizing Marrow Dan Yao. Tianhu's fair and handsome face started to turn ugly. His face muscles were slightly twitching. He was also chalked by Chun Xiang's alchemy technique. He had not thought that there was another young alchemist in this world that was on par with him. Chun Xiang placed the 5 quenching body dawn on his palm. Like eating candies, he popped them into his mouth. While smiling, he said to Yao Tianhua, "Now, can you please give me those herbs for the baptizing Marrow Dan?" Watching Chun Xiang causally eating the freshly refined quenching body dawn, the corners of everyone's mouth started twitching as they cursed Chun Xiang's prodigal skills. They wished they could ruthlessly trample him with their feet. Treating dawn like snacks dealt an extremely heavy blow to them. Do all alchemists usually treat dawn like candies? Chun Xiang placed the 5 quenching body Dan on his palm. Like eating candies, he puts them in his mouth, and while smiling, he said to Yao Tianhua, "Now you can give me those herbs for baptizing Marrow Dan." Spirit Dan Hall's lord's 2 hands were S.H.I. plus veering as he gave 3 sets of herbs to Chun Xiang. Wearing a look of surprise, he asked, "You aren't going to try and refine a baptizing Marrow Dan, are you?" Chun Xiang scratched his head. "There's a first time for everything, and they're not always bad things. Your Spirit Dan Hall is now selling these dawn at such an expensive price, so I can only resort to refining my own dawn." Chun Xiang received the herbs and turned around to leave. He turned his head back when he reached the door and said to Yao Tianhua, "Young Master Yao, a few days later the time of our alchemy compet. Tian will arrive. At that time, I hope that you will be able to raise the gambling stakes and actually bet with me. Since it is a compet, Tian, it should have a little more flair and fun. At that time, I will also raise the stakes. If you are unable to match them, you don't need to show up and compete with me." Chun Xiang left with his mischievous words residing in the hall. Everyone inside Spirit Dan Hall suddenly began discussing about his terms. 1,000-year-old blood spirit GRA. S as a bet was able to scare even heaven, much less man, and he still wanted to raise the bet. TLN. Too exaggerating, smiley face, Yao Tianhua coldly snorted with anger before he headed upstairs. Inside Spirit Dan Hall, its lord murmured, "Impossible. He is only 16 years old. It would be impossible for him to refine a baptizing Marrow Dan." Chun Xiang's mood was extremely good from getting the 3 sets of baptizing Marrow Dan ingredients for free. Soon he would be able to refine the baptizing Marrow Dan. Little devil, do not turn the boat in a trench. It's better to be careful. Su Mei Yao reminded him. Compared to other things, alchemy is really boring. You should just go and chop him up into pieces. Bai Yu's chilling voice came. Hearing this statement, Chun Xiang could not help but S.H.I. plus ver. He knew that Bai Yu was a peerless she-devil lord that was practicing devil exercises. Suddenly, he doesn't want to practice Bai Yu's devil exorcies anymore. Chun Xiang returned to the Chun family villa. He inquired Chun Tianhu and learned that both Xue Xianxian and her father were staying as a guest in the city, Lord's Villa. Furthermore, many other families from Wohu City were frequently paying them a visit. It must be known that Xue Xianxian's father was someone with many connections. Chun Xiang arrived at the secret underground stone room. To refine the baptizing marrow Dan, he first needed to concentrate and could not be bothered. Opening the package, Su Meiyao fiddled with the herbs in her exuberant, smooth fingers and nodded with satisfaction. 50-year-old blood ginseng, 50-year-old spirit leaf GRA, S, profound elemental fruit, and yang fire flower. The quality of these 4 herbs are pretty good. As for the rest of them, they are of ordinary quality, but would not affect the refinement of the baptizing marrow Dan. Qinxiang picked up a white fruit that was the size of a walnut and picked up a small flower that resembled a sunflower. These were the profound elemental fruit and yang fire flower, respectively. Their prices were very expensive as they took dozens of years to mature. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu did not want to stay all day inside the ring, so whenever they got the chance, they would come out. At the same time, they often chatted with Qinxiang, which helped keeping them from feeling too bored. Qinxiang also liked it when both stunning beauties would emerge from time to time. After all, they were very beautiful, and their just appearances would make people feel pleasant and happy. Accompanying these 2 beauties was a very wonderful opportunity. Sister Meiyao, if I use the dragon saliva exercise to mature the herbs for the baptizing marrow Dan, how long do you think it would take? Asked Qinxiang. He knew that the herbs for the baptizing marrow Dan required them to be at least dozens of years old. Su Meiyao rolled her pretty eyes and said, "It will probably take 10 days. You are now at the 6th level of the mortal martial realm. You can now use more of the dragon saliva exercise as abilities. Only 10 days to mature spirit herbs by dozens of years." This made Qinxiang pretty surprised. Su Meiyao said, "Begin refining now." While refining the baptizing marrow Dan, you need to pay attention to 2 main points. First, because more herbs are required to make the Dan, and each herb has different levels of flame resistance, you need to control your flames extremely accurately to make sure you don't burn some of the auxiliary herbs. Second, when it becomes time to solidify and congeal the pill, you need to make sure you have comprehended the essence of the pill at that time. Qinxiang tried to remember each and every word. Then he turned towards the not-so-far elegant beauty, asking, "Sister, can you please return to the inside of the ring? The cold qi emitted from your body will affect my control over my flames." Bai Yuyu's complexion immediately turned even more cold, causing Qinxiang to hastily say, "Sister Yu, you are extremely beautiful. If it wasn't a last resort, there would be no way I would want a stunning beauty like you to return to the inside of a ring." Su Meiyao heard this and laughed over and over. "Beautiful senior sister, don't scare this little guy. Let him refine his Dan in peace." A humph sound could be heard from Bai Yuyu before she returned to the ring. Qinxiang started to refine the baptizing marrow Dan, which is a middle-grade mortal level Dan. 1 pill could be sold for 5,000 spirit coins. Since Spirit Dan Hall's prices were now increased, it could probably be sold for 10,000 spirit coins, which was equivalent to 1 million small spirit coins. After placing the herbs inside the furnace, Qinxiang released his flames, simultaneously controlling the flames and temperature inside the alchemy furnace. The temperature of each region varied slightly in order to bake those herbs at the optimal temperature and completely release their respective spirit qi. The herbs required for the baptizing marrow Dan were not easy to use. Qinxiang spent more than 1 hour before he could grasp the characteristics of each of the herbs and identify their degree of fire resistance. At this time, a colorful spirit qi was drifting inside the furnace. This spirit qi was released by those spirit herbs during their baking through the true flames. These were the main ingredients in the creation of Spirit Dawn. The herbs were slowly transforming into herbal powder. Qinxiang's divine sense was slowly wrapping around the herbal powder. At this moment, as long as this herbal powder and the released herbal qi were fused, he would be able to successfully congeal the Dan. Everything started off well, but at the final step Qinxiang was sweating. This herbal qi was very brutal in nature, making it very difficult to fuse different types of them together. No wonder divine sense is a requirement before refining the baptizing Merodan. These spirit, herbs, herbal qi are very difficult to control. Chun Xiang thought while adhering. He then concentrated his spirit and released even more divine sense, forcing these colorful herbal qis to fuse together. At least they started to turn into a black spirit qi and started to fuse with the gray herbal powder. I must be successful and endure. Qin Xiang's heart only had this one thought. The herbal powder and herbal qi were gradually fusing, but he felt as if his divine sense was not powerful enough to successfully congeal them into pills. Chapter 20. A Prodigious Talent. Chapter 20. A prodigious talent. Qin Xiang watched as the herbal powders mixed and were about to congeal into a dan. Bang! A horrid sound spread through the air, and a rapid qi wave burst out from the alchemic furnace. Chun Xiang quickly retreated and glared at the fallen lid with a stunned face and sweat dripping down his back. That DAM furnace exploded. Are you okay? Su Meiyao asked with a slight disregard as she combed her hair. I'm all right, replied Qin Xiang, trying to catch his breath. When he had somewhat calmed down, he inspected his alchemic furnace to check for any damages. Surprisingly, it was fine. Su Meiao's lips spread into a slight smile as said encouragingly, then continue. It's common for such a thing to happen. Seeing Su Meiao's fascinating and charming smile, the sense of failure in Chun Xiang's mind was swept away. Having calmed down, he took a few moments of rest and then brought out more herbs. 1, 2, and 3 hours passed, and once again Qin Xiang arrived at the last step only to fail. Fortunately, the furnace had not exploded like the last time. Qin Xiang sighed and said, This is too difficult to refine. There are only one set of herbs remaining, which means that I only have one more chance left to succeed. Looking at the sweat on Qin Xiang's furrowed face, Su Meiyao came up to him. With a damp towel, she wiped it off and said, Little one, this sister here, during her time of refining the baptizing Merodan, exploded several alchemic furnaces. You are doing well at the rate you're going. According to my estimation, for you to be successful, it would probably take you at least another 20 more tries. Staring into Su Meiyao's bewitching eyes, Qin Xiang became fluid-teared. The allure of her beauty made his heart throb, and at that moment his mind could not help but think of her naked image burned in his mind. What? 20 times? That won't do. I do not have that much money to spend, Chun Xiang said. He shook his head, trying to stay focused and clear those disturbing images floating in his mind. As if reading Qin Xiang's mind, Su Meiyao played cutely and shook her bosom a little. Little guy, you going off into wild flights of fantasy has nothing to do with me, but if your thoughts wander towards senior sister, you will probably be out of luck. A sudden thought of an elegant and beautiful Bai Yuyu, filled with a bloodthirsty and cruel qi, one rod of slaughter, came to Qin Xiang's mind, and he laughed. He felt silly and did not dare to take another glance at the giggling soft bosom of Su Meiyao again. A proud smile bloomed on Su Meiyao's face. After that, Chun Xiang took more than an hour of rest. In the meantime, he listened to Su Meiyao's narration of her experience in refining the baptizing Merodan. When Chun Xiang had fully rested, he once again attempted to refine it, only this time it was twice as quick. After about an hour and a half, he was at the last stage of solidifying the dan. Su Meiyao's eyes glittered as she watched. In her opinion, it would have been impossible for Chun Xiang to refine the baptizing Merodan so quickly, but it was successful. Thus, Su Meiyao could not help but feel admiration towards the boy's alchemic talent. At that moment, she could see an amazing and diverse future for Qin Xiang, more than she had ever expected to live herself. Senior sister, our divine veins were not pa-s, set on to the wrong person. This man has not disappointed us. Su Meiyao transmitted to Bai Yuyu inside of the ring using her divine sense. This is merely better than the most, Bai Yuyu said in a cold voice, but Su Meiyao could sense a trace of a rare smile. A moment later, Qin Xiang opened his eyes. Filled with excitement, he propped the lid of the furnace open. After seeing what's inside, he looked toward Su Meiyao in excitement. "Sister Meiyao, I did it. I refined the baptizing marrow dan." Bai Yu came out from inside the ring. At that moment, like Su Meiyao, her eyes gleamed with surprise and joy. They had pinned all of their hopes on Qin Xiang, and after seeing his level of inherent talent, they couldn't help but be happy. Ordinarily, 3 baptizing marrow dawn could be refined at the same time. Qin Xiang was only able to refine 2 dawn, but it had taken him only a day to successfully refine them. Such a thing can only be done by someone of great talent. Qin Xiang's actions showed he not only had the ability, but an unusual perception that could detect the subtle changes during the Dan congealing process. After a few tries with such a perception, Qin Xiang was able to become attuned with what was necessary to succeed. Su Meiyao ruffled Qin Xiang's hair. Her alluring eyes locked onto him as she smiled and said, "Good brat, you did not disappoint me." Hearing Su Meiyao, Bai Yu nodded in agreement. The cold look in her eyes had softened considerably, watching the 2 stunning beauties praising him, and with such closeness, Qin Xiang's heart was filled with pride. But although he was successful this time, it did not mean that he would succeed every time. Not allowing his pride to dampen his resolution, he went to refine a few more dawn before he left the underground private room. Just as he left, a girl wearing a purple skirt, sitting in the small hall, came into his view. She had blee air about her and looked absolutely stunning. For a moment, Qin Xiang's mind went blank as he asked in a confused voice, "Xian Xian, why are you here?" Xue Xian Xian looked at Qin Xiang and said, "What? Can't I come to find you? Well, you are an adult, so you should be the one to look after me, right? Why am I the one who is always coming for you? Humph. After all, this will just make me a joke in front of others." Qin Xiang scratched his head in embarrassment. He had honestly wanted to go to find Xue Xian Xian, but he first wanted to practice his alchemy. He sauntered to Xue Xian Xian and brushed his hand against her face. The girl's face turned bright red as she blushed. "Xue Xian Xian, I'm truly sorry. I have been busy with my alchemy. Please take this as my apology." Qin Xiang took out a small box containing 2 black dawn. They were the same baptizing marrow dawn he had just refined. Xue Xian Xian opened the box and said with a soft shout, "Baptizing marrow dan. Did Xiao Xiang brother refine it?" Qin Xiang smiled and said, "I only managed to refine them due to luck. I do not have any more raw materials now, and was just preparing to buy more, but the Spirit Dan Hall now belongs to the Yao family. If I were to buy from them, I would have to pay several times that of the market price. Xian Xian, can you help me buy some of these herbs?" Xue Xian Xian bent her head in serious thought. Her demeanor and her face became stern as she said in a serious voice, "Certainty, but Xiao Xiang brother, you can refine baptizing marrow dan at this age. This is simply 2 astonies. I plussing." Xue Xian Xian then brought her voice level to a whisper and continued, "Xiao Xiang brother, you can later enter those martial arts sects and can most likely reach the pinnacle of martial arts." Qin Xiang nodded and said, "I plan to, but presently I do not have enough strength. Xian Xian, did some sect come to recruit you?" The girl sighed and answered, "It is not a sect but a person. She has received our Xue family's grace, and she fancies me and wants me to be her apprentice. She seems to be a member of some martial arts sect, but she did not specifically mention about its ident. One Tai. I will follow her, and soon." Xue Xian Xian stopped herself in dismay. "It does not matter. It is the goal of every martial artist, and sooner or later I will go as well," said Qin Xiang as he took out a 10,000 spirit coin bill and gave it to Xue Xian Xian. Taking the bill from Qin Xiang, Xue Xian Xian said, Baptizing Merodan is of no use to me now, so I will help you sell it in exchange for the herbs you need. Xiao Xiang brother. Wait for me. I will be back quickly. After Shui Xianxian left, Qin Xiang hurriedly took a bath. Just as he finished, Shui Xianxian returned with a mature and charming white-robed lady with her. If Chen Xiang had previously not encountered Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao, he would have been easily smitten by the lady. This middle-aged beauty, coming with Shui Xianxian, had an oval face that was clear of any makeup. Her skin was pale and tender, and unexpectedly, she was in no way inferior to Shui Xianxian. With a smile on her face, she looked at Qin Xiang with her phoenix-like eyes, and her graceful figure exuded an imposing manner. Along with the power coursing in those eyes of hers, she could easily have been mistaken as an aloof Odess with an Armageddon might. Chapter 21. Divine Weapons Heavenly Empire. Chapter 21. Divine Weapons Heavenly Empire, TLN. Divine Weapons Heavenly Empire, or Shenbing Tian Empire. The middle-aged woman was slowly walking towards Qin Xiang. With every single step she took towards him, the pressure that descended upon Qin Xiang increased greatly. Although he had been somewhat bewildered by her beauty, that feeling was now firmly swept away. A cold sweat emerged on his skin, and his limbs turned weak as his body became stiff. It was as if he had lost all his strength and was rendered unable to move. As the woman's eyes that resembled a phoenix landed on him, Qin Xiang felt as if he was stripped and bare in front of her. It was as if she could see right through him, his heart, his desires, his capabilities. It quickly dawned on Qin Xiang that this was a very formidable and capable woman. He felt that he needed to act fast, so he calmed his mind and operated the Tai Chi divine exercise and quickly covered his aura, concealing it within his yin and yang divine veins. He wanted to adhere to Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu's orders and make sure that no one found out anything about what he had or could do. Although this took quite a while to describe, it all happened in an instant. As the two finally entered the room Qin Xiang was in, the phoenix-eyed woman's eyebrows became furrowed as a trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. Upon entering, she noticed that Qin Xiang was calm and looked at her as he would any other woman. The phoenix-eyed woman had always been aware of her own beauty and grace. She knew that the power she exuded accentuated her beauty, and vice versa. She was even confident and prideful about it. Any vigorous and healthy teenager would have been instantly ensnared and enamored with her charm and allure, or at least been affected by her presence. Yet, after seeing Qin Xiang, a bud of uncertainty about her own beauty became planted deeply within her heart. Xianxian, your fiancé here is really capable. Much better than that sh*** head genius from the Yao family. The middle-aged woman's voice was soft. It was a majestic and commanding tone. It could be seen that the woman was accustomed to giving out orders and clearly expected those orders to be followed. Qin Xiang did not waste any time. He instantly cupped his hands in salute and said, "Junior Qin Xiang greets senior. May I inquire if this senior is Shui Xianxian's master?" The woman smiled in reply. He became unable to say a single word in response to that charming smile, something which could seize the soul of any man. Qin Xiang quickly realized he had become fluid teared, but after seeing and meeting so many different kinds of people, he was barely able to keep his mind calm. Qin Xiang was also startled at his power of self-control. "Yes, you can rest assured and leave your little wife to me." The middle-aged woman's voice was gentle. Unlike before, the commanding tone had disappeared and was replaced with tenderness. Shui Xianxian sighed with relief. She had been worried over how her master and fiancé would feel about each other. However, knowing that she and Qin Xiang were soon to part, an overwhelming and bitter sadness permeated throughout her heart. Nibbling her lips in distraught, Shui Xianxian took out a package of herbs and handed them to Qin Xiang. "I must leave with master, but you must quickly come and look for me," mumbled Shui Xianxian while bowing. Chen Xiang had not expected that their time together would be so short. His heart was also filled with dismay. He cupped his future wife's face and said, "Be happy, we will definitely be together. I will find you again." Shui, Xianxian's master, harumphed. "Brat, you better have strength above the 9th level of the mortal martial realm before you go off and look for those martial sections. You say you want to look for Xianxian? Then you should first start looking into me. After all, obtaining information about me shouldn't be too difficult. Once that's done and you manage to find me, you'll be able to see her again." Afterwards, the woman turned to Shui Xianxian. "Little girl, let's go. That brat is more formidable than you can imagine. Don't worry about him. It's a waste of energy." Before the woman departed, Chen Xiang and Shui Xianxian embraced each other. The phoenix-eyed woman then took Shui Xianxian away. Chen Xiang watched them soar through the sky as they flew towards the horizon, disappearing in a second's notice. When Chen Xiang was sure that the middle-aged woman was gone, he snorted, "Humph!" pretending to be profound and mysterious, not giving me any information to go off of, and then having the gall to tell me to go look into her. "Damnit. At least tell me your name." "That woman is very strong. She's known as the Empress of the Divine Weapon, Heavenly Empire. It is well known that the divine weapon of the Vermilion Bird, one of the 4 beasts' divine weapons, is in her hands. Having her receive your little wife as an apprentice is a fortunate opportunity," said Su Meiyao. Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire? Chun Xiang had never heard of them. Just as he was about to ask more about this matter, Baiyu interrupted the thought. "That woman is very formidable and has a power similar to our own. She is, after all, one of the deans of the 8 major righteous sects in the Qinwu mainland. It's to be expected. However, I did not expect that she would actually come here to accept an apprentice." Chun Xiang recalled that Su Meiyao and Baiyu had previously mentioned the Qinwu mainland. It was one of the many large SES of the mortal martial world. Inside it were 8 righteous sects, each with its own dean as the rulers of the region they occupied. Those sects were at the pinnacle of strength and were the pillars of the mortal martial realm. The Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire was originally just a singular sect, but later developed into the nation it is now by relying upon their skills at refining formidable weapons. "That woman, just now, is their empress," said Su Meiyao. Chun Xiang was happy knowing that Shui Xianxian's teacher was such a formidable figure. He felt more at ease. Although Chen Xiang felt somewhat lost with Shui Xianxian gone, he had convinced himself that this was the best for her. Taking the 6th set of herbs that Shui Xianxian had given him, he continued to refine more baptizing marrow dawn. 3 days said. At this point in time, Chen Xiang had successfully refined the baptizing marrow dan 4 times, and only failed once. He was satisfied with the overall results, and today was the start of the Chen family patriarch banquet. Many families had been invited, and each sent someone to represent them. Every partic. 1. P. Aunt was looking forward to the compet. 1. Tie-in between Chen Xiang and Yao Tianhua. The Chen family banquet brought together many different families. These people had not come just for the food, but for the compet. 1. Tie-in. The compet. 1. Tive spirit amongst the junior members was at a boiling point from the excitement. The banquet was held in a wide field at night. Several guests were bustling about. Some sipped wine while others ordered off the menu. The entire dining experience was rich and vibrant. Some of the patriarchs from various other families came, but more had not due to the relations HI plus P between them and the Qin family being terribly poor. They sent representatives in their stead instead. Only the patriarchs were still in a good relations. HI plus P with the Chen family attended. Inside the wide field of the Chen family villa, numerous members from the junior generations of various martial art families of the Southern Martial Empire had been gathered. Although these bouts between them were going to be grand and intense, the majority of the crowd's attention was gathered on a specific match the one between Qin Xiang and Yao Tianhua. The news of Qin Xiang refining the quenching body, Dan, had spread out. Furthermore, tonight was the date of the alchemy compet. 1. Tie-in with Yao Tianhua. After learning about the skills of the two-partic 1p ants, there was a huge betting pool which caused the attention put on this compet. 1. Tie-in to soar even higher. When the banquet had been held for about half of the night, one of the guests could not sit still and shouted, "Patriarch Qin! At what time will the alchemy compet 1. Tie-in between your son and the Yao family start? We have all been patiently waiting for a long time. At the end of the day, the compet 1. Tie-in between those two is much more interesting than anything else tonight. Originally, I had planned to first start off with the martial art contests to add some enthusiasm as well as bring up everyone's mood. However, seeing that everyone has waited for so long, let's begin right now. Let the two young men begin their contest." Chen Tianhu's voice boomed over the entire field as everything suddenly became quiet. In the middle of the courtyard, a large, elevated stage was being built by a few old men. As the stage almost reached the end of its construction, Qin Xiang arrived. He wore black tights, a simple garb made for versatile movement. However, when compared to Qin Xiang, Yao Tianhua was simply eye-catching. His luxurious gown shone with a golden aura with a sword sheathed at his waist, the hilt gleaming with studded gems. Yao Tianhua seemed like the son of the heavens. His posture, dress, and demeanor all permeated arrogance. Even the expression on his face was overbearing and made many uncomfortable or even unhappy. "Yao Tianhua, do you like our current stakes? Why not raise them for such a grand compet?" 1 tie-in. Qin Xiang said coolly, "No matter what your bet is, my Yao family can afford to match it." Yao Tianhua said, his voice flat and cold, "Ha ha ha, I'm just betting on my own behalf, not on the whole Qin family's. I had not expected you, as a young and dignified alchemist, would need to rely on his entire family just to match my bet." Qin Xiang said with a smile. Yao Tianhua's facial expression contorted. He knew that without his family's support, he would be unable to match the bet of 1,000-year blood spirit GRA. SS. Qin family young master, please don't speak such nonsense. Tianhua is representing the whole Yao family in this compet. 1 tie-in, so it's no big deal getting their support. You are yourself, and he is himself. An old man immediately said with an impatient tone. He was the Yao family elder who had come along with Yao Tianhua. Chapter 22. Please verify it. Chapter 22. Please verify it. Qin Xiang took out his 1,000-year blood spirit gra and said, "This is the 1,000-year blood spirit GRA. SS." Everyone had long since heard about Qin Xiang owning 1,000-year blood spirit GRA. SS, but now that it was presented in front of everyone, they were still inevitably surprised. After all, this was a world-famous rare herb. Of course, if I only use this for the bet, then maybe the Yao family will look down on me. So I will also add 1/2 of AH-ELL spirit GRA. SS. In Qin Xiang's hand appeared half AH-ELL spirit GRA. SS. Although 1/2 had been eaten by Su Meiyao and by Yu, the remaining half was still very precious. This time, several old men desperately jumped on the stage, while Chen Tianhu and several Qin family elders also went on the stage. After all, the H-ELL spirit GRA. S was a legendary spirit herb. Suddenly, the whole field was deadly silent, and everyone could see the black H-ELL spirit GRA. S, but they simply did not believe that, so every one of those old men who knew about the H-ELL spirit GRA. S jumped up to verify it. Even the Yao family elder came up to see the H-ELL spirit GRA. SS. Yes, this is AH-ELL spirit GRA. SS. Spirit Dan Hall's lord exclaimed loudly, his voice containing indescribable jealousy and envy. while those pair of old eyes frantically looked at the black half of the H. LL spirit, GRA. S in the hands of Qin Xiang. Authenticated, the field suddenly burst into cries, and everyone was talking about Qin Xiang taking out half of a H. LL spirit, GRA. S and 1,000-year blood spirit, GRA. S as the betting stakes. This bet was very large, and was something that any ordinary family simply could not afford. What are you going to bet? Qin Xiang looked at Yao Tianhua and the elder. Yao Tianhua and the elder's complexion were not looking good, and anyone who was proficient in alchemy would know that the ELL spirit, GRA. S was a profound level spirit herb. Spirit level spirit herbs were already very rare, and profound level was even more so they knew its value. 1,000-year beast dan, and a 1,000 vein fruit. What do you think? The elder said. Only after the death of a wild beast who had lived for more than 1,000 years would leave behind a dan which is congealed out from its yuan essence. This dan is the 1,000-year beast dan. If this dan were used in the refinement process, it would provide a large help. The 1,000 vein fruit was also extremely valuable. It was a profound level spirit herb and apparently only grew once every 1,000 years. Furthermore, on the peel of the fruit there were 1,000 veins and was a key ingredient in refining a foundation-building dan. The Yao family's stakes were equally Estonies. HI plussing, which once again surprised the entire crowd. Whoever won would absolutely reap giant profits. Good, agreed, said Qin Xiang. Regarding the rules in most alchemy compet. 1. Tie-ins, whoever has the fastest speed in refining the best dan will win. The quality of the dan can be judged by everybody present, the Yao family elder said. Qin Xiang did not have any opinions regarding this matter. Qin Tianhu patted his son's shoulders to show his encouragement. Qin Xiang and Yao Tianhu took out their respective alchemy furnaces to let some elders examine to avoid any cheating in the compet. 1 tie-in. After the examination, they all left the high stage and announced the start of the compet. 1 tie-in. Qin Xiang quickly took out the herbs and placed them inside the alchemy furnace. Yao Tianhua was not able to clearly see what herbs Qin Xiang placed, and in his heart he was somewhat unhappy since he could not tell what dan Qin Xiang was refining. Nevertheless, Yao Tianhua was still confident about his win because, with his status of a Yao family member, he could acquire very high-grade materials. In his opinion, when creating a dan of the same level, absolutely no one could refine a better quality dan than him. Looking at the glittering golden light from Yao Tianhua's alchemy furnace, Qin Xiang's heart was burning with jealousy. His poor alchemy furnace was much more inferior, and many people some that he would lose just by looking at his furnace. Wanting to do alchemy with a furnace like that is simply too much of a joke. It's even inferior when compared with the tripod furnace that we use for cooking soup in our family. One teenager laughed. Others soon burst into laughter after hearing the statement. Only the people with decent alchemy knowledge knew that alchemy was not determined by the furnace, but the individual performing the refinement process. If it was an alchemy grandmaster, even without an alchemy furnace, they could perform alchemy and successfully refine dan. While Qin Xiang was refining the baptizing marrow dan, he was also observing Yao Tianhua as he placed his spirit herbs in the furnace. Just by observing the herbs, he had determined Yao Tianhua was trying to refine a low-grade mortal level dan called a spirit yuan dan, which provided a boost during cultivation. It could be called the most expensive low-grade mortal level dan, and its refinement was rather difficult. It was common for many people to refine this dan in alchemy compet. 1 tie-ins. It was also a test for alchemists to determine how well they grasped the basics of alchemy. Qin Xiang had already long before practiced refining that dan. However, the cost of refinement was rather high and was only slightly cheaper compared to the baptizing marrow dan. Therefore, it did not make much sense for Qin Xiang to refine that dan. Waiting for the outcome was rather tedious. Everyone was either eating, drinking, or chatting while watching the two young alchemists on stage. In order to successfully refine the baptizing Merodan, Chen Xiang did not pursue speed but was instead cautiously refining. It took almost half an hour for Chen Xiang to completely transform all the spirit herbs into herbal powder, which soon filled the alchemy furnace with colorful herbal spirit qi. Now he only had to fuse together the various herbal spirit qis, and then fuse together the completed herbal spirit qi with the herbal powder. This was the most crucial and nerve-wracking process, and if it was not done correctly, it would lead to the entire furnace exploding. 2 hours said in the blink of an eye. Currently, Chen Xiang had a very serious facial expression and was sweating profusely. On the other hand, Yao Tianhua was much more relaxed and could even be described as idle. He occasionally took glances at Chen Xiang. Seeing him in pain was very satisfying for Yao Tianhua. He could easily tell that Chen Xiang was at the most crucial step of refinement. Furthermore, he might easily make a mistake. Done! 5 spirit yuandan. Yao Tianhua suddenly shouted. This put everyone into a momentary lapse of confusion. Meanwhile, Chen Xiang had yet to finish. Everyone looked at Chen Xiang, and seeing his serious expression, summed he had encountered some problems in the refining process. The Yao family genius really deserves his reputation. Not only did he refine 5 spirit yuandan in 2 hours, but this is also the best low-grade, mortal-level dan. It seems that Chen family brat is going to lose. One person said, I heard that refining a spirit yuandan is not easy. Is that Chen family brat also refining the exact same dan? If so, he already lost and is behind in time by a great margin. Another person said, everyone started discussing about Chen Xiang's apparent loss. After all, Chen Xiang had placed very huge betting stakes. Yao Tianhua was also waiting for Chen Xiang to finish. He could barely disguise his pleasure as he was certain Chen Xiang would lose and that he would soon win the 1,000-year blood spirit gra along with the HELL spirit GRA. SS. With these 2 items, he would certainly become famous throughout the entire Southern Martial Empire. Chen Xian did not make them wait for too long. He took a long and deep breath before saying, Well, I'm finally done. Hearing Chen Xiang speak, the crowd quieted down, only to hear Yao Tianhua's ridicule. So what? You still lost. Chen Xiang faintly smiled as he wiped off the sweat on his forehead, saying, I have refined 3 baptizing Merodan. Please verify it. 3 baptizing Merodan. This made the audience transfixed like wooden chickens. This was unbelievable, and everybody suspected they had problems with their hearing. Chen Xiang actually refined a middle-grade, mortal-level baptizing Merodan. That was far more expensive than the spirit yuandan. It's not possible. He's only 16 years old. It's impossible for him to refine a baptizing Merodan. The spirit Dan Hall's lord, while strangely crying, rushed onto the high stage. Some other elders also flew onto the stage, as well as Chen Tianhu, who arrived by Chen Xiang's side. Chen Xiang, now is not the time or place for a joke. Yao Tianhua could not believe that Chen Xiang had actually successfully refined a baptizing Merodan, and he wasn't alone. The majority of people present also could not believe it. Chen Xiang smiled and indifferently said again, Please verify it. Chapter 23. Heavenly Tiger Storm Killing Fist. Chapter 23. Heavenly Tiger Storm Killing Fist. The 2 alchemy furnaces were simultaneously opened. Yao Tianhua's alchemy furnace contained 5 azure dawn, while in Chen Xiang's alchemy furnace there were 3 black dawn. Yao Tianhua has refined 5 spirit yuandan. Meanwhile, Chen Xiang has refined 3 baptizing Merodan. One of the elders of the Chen family shouted in a very excited voice. The Chen family now had a supreme alchemy genius, as long as they were Chen family members. Everyone was obviously going to be extremely excited, just like him. Yao Tianhua and the Yao family elder saw those 3 black dawn, and just from the aroma originating from the Dan, they confirmed it really was the baptizing marrow Dan. However, the spirit Dan Hall's lord still picked the up Dan and carefully examined it. This really is the baptizing marrow Dan, and is also of such good quality. Honestly, it is difficult for others to admit. One little boy is actually capable of refining this Dan. Spirit Dan Hall's lord exclaimed again and again, his face full of a complex expression, and he suddenly felt that he had wasted his 70-80 years of life. The whole field surged with bursts of cries, and after the confirmation, everyone was dumbfounded. They had witnessed the whole alchemy process, and Chen Xiang did not to do anything tricky, and was actually able to refine the middle grade, mortal level baptizing marrow Dan. The matter of Chen Xiang having no spiritual veins had long been forgotten, and now in the heart of everyone, he was an alchemist with huge potential. Yao Tianhua's expression was similar to dying embers. The handsome face of his was full of anger, envy, and ruthlessness. If possible, he just could not wait to kill Qin Xiang, because him losing to Qin Xiang was just insulting. You willingly took the bet. Now it's time to admit defeat. Take out your bet. Chen Xiang had a faint smile on his face, but it seemed through Yao Tianhua's eyes like he was being contemptuous with a mocking smile, making Yao Tianhua furious inside his heart. The Yao family's elder's entire body was trembling. He was also furious from the loss because not only did their Yao family lose a lot of precious materials, but they also lost their reputation. Their acclaimed Yao family genius was inferior to a Chen family member who did not even have spirit veins. The 1,000-year beast Dan looked like an emerald egg, and inside flowed the yuan essence of a 1,000-year-old wild beast. The 1,000-vein fruit was as big as an apple, but very heavy, and holding it in his hands, Qin Xiang could feel the energy contained inside. Chen Xiang was very happy in his heart from obtaining these 2 precious materials. If he could refine these materials into dawn, he would be able to elevate his strength very quickly. Chen Xiang, let's compete in martial arts. Yao Tianhua pulled out the double-edged sword from his waist as killing intent emanated from his body. Chen Xiang could defeat a martial artist of the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. So naturally this challenge from Yao Tianhua did not hold any meaning. As such, the Chen family members were all very relieved. Chen Tianhu said with a sigh, "Young man, don't be arrogant. Otherwise you're bound to suffer another loss." Chen Tianhu was currently very excited. Not only could his son refine the baptizing marrow Dan, but he had also earned 2 very precious alchemy ingredients. If you want to fight, then let's fight. However, if you get injured, don't blame me. After all, fists and kicks do not have eyes. Qin Xiang said lazily. By now, the Chen family elder and Chen Tianhu had already retreated to the sidelines. But the Yao family elder was now a bit worried. From many years of experience, he could see that Chen Xiang was definitely out of the ordinary, and definitely not the wimpy kid with no spiritual vein like the rumors suggested. "Tianhua, how confident are you about victory?" the Yao family elder asked in a deep voice. "I'm 100% sure I will win. I'm a mortal martial realm martial artist of the 5th level and practice many excellent martial skills." Yao Tianhua glared with anger-stricken eyes at Chen Xiang. He could not wait to kill him. "Good. Remember, you are just simply exchanging pointers. You do not want to take his life. After all, we are inside the Chen family's villa." The Yao family also proceeded to retreat off the high stage. Qin Xiang felt that this situation was somewhat funny. Just a moment ago, everybody thought that he could not refine the baptizing marrow Dan, and now they were once more making assumptions that he was weak. Since it is a compet, Tai and you proposed. How about we add a little bet to it? Qin Xiang asked with a smile. Seeing Yao Tianhua not reply, Qin Xiang knew that the Yao family could not afford to bet again. Qin Xiang said with a smile, "If you win, how about you get to take back the 1,000-year beast Dan and the 1,000-vein fruit? But if you lose, then our Qin family will get to take the Spirit Dan Hall's Lord. He will then become our Chen family's alchemist, and we also get to take half of the spirit herbs owned by Spirit Dan Hall. How about it? Spirit Dan Hall was currently the Yao family's property. From this, it was certain that the Yao family had already recruited the Spirit Dan Hall's Lord. Since the Spirit Dan Hall's Lord had to be at least somewhat knowledgeable in alchemy, Qin Xiang wanted to win over this talented person to the Qin family. No problem, but the Spirit Dan Hall will still belong to our Yao family. The Yao family readily agreed without hesitation. In his opinion, it was just one alchemist and some cheap spirit herbs. The Yao family had no shortage of this. Not to mention Yao Tianhua was 100% sure of his win. Spirit Dan Hall's Lord could only sigh loudly. He was very unhappy at being treated as a betting stake, but he also felt there was no major problem in joining the Qin family. Perhaps in the future, he would have an opportunity to trade and gain the H-E-L-L Spirit G-R-A. S from Qin Xiang. Come on, take out your weapon, Yao Tianhua coldly said, while shaking his double-edged sword that was radiating with a cold and cruel aura. Qin Xiang shook his head in response and replied, I do not use weapons. Then do not blame me for being impolite. Yao Tianhua wielded his sword and with a steady step stomped on the stage, causing it to tremble. From this action of his, one could clearly see his attack was going to be violent and full of power. It was already late into the night, but no one felt the need to sleep. On the contrary, everyone was very energetic, since these two very talented young alchemists were going to compete in martial arts. The general impression of alchemists were that they were not very strong, but this line of thinking was dead wrong. In order to become an alchemist, one should first and foremost be able to control their true qi freely. Their divine sense should be strong enough that they could arbitrarily manipulate their flames to respond to any sudden changes or danger during the refining process. They also needed to occasionally personally acquire rare herbs, which was also very dangerous. Moreover, alchemists had so many dawn they could take, so their strength was in no way weak. It was just that most alchemists were protected at all times, so there was usually no need for them to come out and personally fight. Looking at the sharp long sword that was stabbing towards him, Qin Xiang quickly took a step forward and punched out. Azure true qi suddenly wrapped around his arm as it transformed into a tiger's head. Heavenly Tiger Storm Killing Fist. This child has actually entered into the 6th level of the mortal martial realm. Qin Tianhu shouted with surprise. The Heavenly Tiger Storm Killing Fist was originally a high-grade spirit-level martial skill. It was similar to a ferocious tiger pouncing onto its prey and was filled with the power of a true qi explosion. As long as they were not blind, everyone could see that Qin Xiang had entered into the divine sense stage. He could control true qi externally and congeal it into a solid form by controlling his divine sense. Congealing a tiger's head could only be accomplished by divine sense stage martial artists. 16 years old, and not only could he refine a baptizing Merodan, but he had also reached the 6th level of the mortal martial realm. This level of talent was an extreme rarity, at most only one in 1,000 years. Only Xue Xianxian of the Xue family could possibly hope to compare. There's a rumor that she had fought on par with a Xue family elder. Although it was only a rumor, many people believed it. The elder's strength was over the 6th level of the mortal martial realm. Xue Xianxian had fought with this elder numerous times. Xue Xianxian was only around 14 years old, yet she was already able to fight on par with an elder. This degree of talent, perhaps only Qin Xiang could hope to match it. Qin Xiang's fists looked like an angry, ferocious tiger, and the azure true qi shattered the atmosphere as it continuously emitted explosion that swallowed the long sword.